Almost, but not quite.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rain. It's rain.
It's raining.
Mainly on the plains. Sometimes.
On your wedding day.
No. Other joke, Dallas. Hey, before I even do the patron read, we're back to Rain. It's episode 60-something. Officially, 60-something. That's what I'm calling it. We should preface this episode by saying that earlier today, Dallas told us that he thinks he has food poisoning and is slightly dying. So we weren't even sure we were going to be here today.
I'm less dying.
He's getting a little better. He's
I still don't know if I have... I don't know what's wrong with me.
It's like that sometimes. So
I ate a grape yesterday and it tasted like wine, so I spit it out.
Okay.
So I know the grape was bad. I just... Like, if I have food poisoning, it's from that. But...
The grape
Oh, hold on. Everything's going black.
So, like, if things are a little out there, that's why. But before we resume the adventures of the Logi Boys, TM, let me remind you that this episode is brought to you by all of our wonderful and beautiful patrons, like, but not limited to, Abney Tartplex, G, Call Me Zed, Carlos, Dragon, Jidvina, Thousand, Crystal, Rise of Kenji, Rogue Ramen, and Sharvor. Thank you very much, patrons. Thanks, everybody else, for listening.
Yeah.
All right. So, we're getting into it. We're raining. We are mostly careening rapidly
Summer is
towards
coming.
Summer Court. Yes. Technically, summer's already here. I think when we left off, it was like the start of Summer 1.
I thought it was the end of spring.
I think you guys got to the start.
Roughly
of
the
summer.
same thing.
We rolled over to company action stuff. That's the word I'm looking for. So, which you have then all spent all your stuff up through Summer 1 to the start of Summer 2. So, first of all, let me actually pull up notes and get ready to refresh all of those. Yes, okay. So I'm going to remove us my check marks on your company stats real quick. And then do I... Well, I'll ask you guys about record keeping. So, because it's not like a plus dice, it's actual +2 treasure. Would you like me to record that on the notes as you're at treasure 6? And just trust you guys to know that that's because of unbalanced economy? Or would you prefer the non-unbalanced number, and then you guys got to figure out, when you're +2 and -1?
Which takes the least brain power?
Let's just make it 6 for right
probably
now.
be just changing it 6. Okay.
Yeah, let's just do 6, because I'm lazy.
So, that means that currently your stats are, in Summer 2, going to be this.
We
Oh, I think I probably have more points than...
No, we already did that. We already counted it.
No.
As we just mentioned,
We are where we are here now.
We done all that stuff up until Summer 2.
Yep.
Yeah, you technically would be able to have Aramita budget for Summer 2 stuff, but we can worry about that at a later date.
Yeah.
And I guess especially because of your usual spending habits, it won't matter for the fair, because that'll be the last week. But we're not actually jumping to Summer Court just yet, because... Let me rapidly reorganize my tabs real quick. Sling those around in the right order. Just imagine me, shuffling the different, paper binders and folders in my desk. But before we get to the Summer Court part, we do have a real quick in-character bit,
I have a
which
quick
is
question
that,
before we start.
Well, we're already started, so it's too late. But
Fuck.
the episode is
This
started.
is awkward that this is live on tape. So, fuck it. I already interrupted anyway. So, no use crying over spilled milk. Do you know to set a value to the opposite of false in an INI file, it's true, right?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that I didn't break anything.
The opposite of false is true. Yes.
I don't know computer
But also, yes,
stuff. I
Dallas,
know
for the record,
brain
we've been recording
stuff.
for almost 5 minutes. All right. All right.
I blame the grape.
Even if that's not actually what made Dallas sick, we're blaming the grape now. The grape is
grape's
Angramango.
wrath. The grape's wrath is strong.
Go grape in the mouth.
Before the grape gets him too much, Leslok and Inos want to go talk to a tree.
Yeah.
No, I did not misspeak.
If you guys are surprised by this, you don't remember.
No, I remember.
I'm gonna read it right up.
No, I'm not saying anything.
Now, I'm gonna say this is probably still gonna be a little odd. You guys may need to take some interpreters. Does actually good question. Leslok, do you have? Is it Ears of the Forest? You speak to animals? I think that's the name of the spell.
I don't have that one. I think that's mostly a Rulius thing.
I mean, we don't have niche protection. You're attuned. She's not. We don't have niche protection on this. But okay,
No,
you can't
that's
talk
fair.
to animals. Got it. Noted.
Yes, he is not in fact a Disney princess.
Fuck you, Dallas.
Which means he is a failure.
All right, can we just kill
Well,
Nicola?
as a princess anyway.
Bitch, I will fight you and God.
Just give him more grapes.
More grapes.
He'll fight God, but he can't fight a grape.
Yeah, just throwing grapes at
You
him.
guys are gonna have to make do with any sensory abilities to sense the land that Inos may have with soul crafting, and like I said, you may have to bring an interpreter or two. Speaking to a tree is complicated, as I think the way that Alestra described it, or maybe it was Aurelia, but I think it was the two of them were talking to each other. The way they described it in the fiction I wrote is that I don't really would say that the tree is like intelligent,
It just is.
in the conventional sense, but she has a very large, very old soul.
Mm.
So, the tree kind of vibes at you. She has a name.
I'm still calling Konrad.
Her name is Naneth Nimloth, if you're forgetting.
Leslok would have remembered that. I just did not, because I've done a lot of other things in the meantime.
Here, I typed it. It's
Thank you.
it's been over a month, so I don't begrudge any of the players not remembering anything. But yes, Naneth Nimloth.
I remembered half her name, which I'm proud of myself for.
Inos does have Hear the Soul, Touch the Soul, and what other one may be applicable?
I'm double checking what I got.
Yeah, so you can probably, like I said, you can probably get through by some casting of some spells and generally feel out the emotional state of the soul of the land, basically.
Yes, I can understand.
The soul
The tree
of the
likes
forest is
that.
her.
The tree doesn't like that. The tree is confused by this.
Yeah. And honestly, Leslok, I know, has more than enough eerie that he can probably pick on the tone. Guess what? When all the trees quaver without any wind and the ground shakes, tree mad. When the gentle, spring and summer breeze courses through the hills and sunlight percolates through the leaves, even though it shouldn't, tree happy. So yes, she has a pretty big soul. I didn't even put in my notes right here. Yes, she's been gathering energy, pre-calamity. So, very old tree. So, to kind of, describe her, I almost said political stance. That's not quite correct. Again, the tree, you could not put this tree on one of those stupid internet political axes. You can't do that. That's not how this works. I'm sorry, my brain's trying to make jokes about it, but it's really pointless. So we're gonna skip it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna skip my impulse to crack a joke.
Whatever in his mind is
to basically summarize. She is really old. She got her name from the Elf Queen, so she's kind of worked into the greater mythos of the world, and because of her position as a really old, famous, named tree, there is a fairy gate under her roots. You guys know about that. There's also a dead guy who is a statue. He is petrified now. But basically, because she is at the center point of this whole forest, the Corbwood, she has a lot of aether under her. This, I'm pretty sure, Aurelia gave you an analogy, which was that it's like, damming a river.
Uh-huh.
The aether hasn't gone anywhere. It's not like she's eating it. It's just been sitting up, and any that's been flowing out into the wider world of Teine has just been lapping up over the banks. So basically, Aurelia told the tree that she'd have to start paying rent, and I assume that Leslok is here in part to enforce that. You've been granted the land by the High King. He speaks for Hydrus. And there's nobody really else.
He speaks for the trees.
Damn it!
I was trying not to go there. She can communicate to you kind of roughly what her minimum requirements are to start balancing out your aethers. Which is you're probably going to need to dedicate at least one festival day a year for her.
Tree festival.
Block it out. Maybe more. Again, based on what you can gather from the tree and what, because part of the reason why we had some delay and we're doing this on mic is that this gave Aramita more time to translate all the text you have. Because again, I'm pretty sure Inos, you speak Wing, right?
Yeah.
Anybody else in the party speak Wing? The Harpooian
May I
language?
use my point? May I use my 1 point per session on Wing right now?
Do you really need to?
You get your one right now. You don't need to, but if you do want to use it, this is a good time because, as I said, your court scholar is going to be up to her elbows in this language.
Both Leslok and Inos should have had a brain aneurysm by now.
What?
I just wanted to point that out.
Oh, you mean all the language they're cramming?
Yes.
No, they're fine. They're not even 25 yet, Dallas. Their neuroplasticity is still fresh.
Yeah, that's not even 20 yet, which is I feel it every time I think about that.
It's people get shit. Historical people got shit done a lot faster. We talked about this both on the podcast, and I mentioned it in my Wanted on Usugi Kenshin. Whereas he took over the Nagao clan at age 15, and started racking up battlefield wins by age 19. So it's not that crazy in history. But yes, if you speak a little Wing, you would understand Aramita's suffering because the crow-headed men, the Corblanders here, had very bad grammar in Wing because they weren't taught it properly and they had to piece it together after a very long time without the original speakers.
Lost dialect.
I am officially dubbing this dialect chicken scratch.
That's not inaccurate.
I think either Aramita or Aurelia made that joke already.
Oh, did they?
Because that's what it's like. Yeah, I was just going to be a one-off line, but I think I made that gag already. It is very bad, yes.
Yes.
So you are able to picture together what their rituals, their festivals would be like. This should involve offerings, dancing, singing her praises. The actual text of the ritual matters less than the intent. You can reconstruct some elements as they were exactly historically, but others you're just going to have to guess and hope you're putting the right vibes out. But this can include, building effigies, singing and dancing, bonfires, garlands, maypoles, all that normal stuff, Clear her fallen leaves from the branches, offer fresh flowers, hang little wicker in the shape of animals, maybe even sacrifice, small birds, chickens and fowl and stuff, offerings of fruit, that sort of stuff. You may want to add some extra layers of, rituals and offerings to Sylvanas to kind of, go under that. Through the whole sort of chain of religion. That one you're probably going to need to consult your local church or some other local folk practices on. As we have discussed, you guys are not real big on the big S.
Not really, no.
You don't know much about the deer-headed man.
Except he's kind of a fuckboy.
Arboreal neutral, thank you, Lucky. I just tagged back into Discord because I'm reading from my box text, basically. I'll say that one for the audio listeners. So yeah, like I said, you want to block out a holiday. That means you're actually going to need some. What would even be the word? I wanted to say festivants. I don't think that's the right noun. You need some participants, so you'll have to figure out where those are. This is a little bit of a tricky one. Like, ideally, Neneth Nimloth would like some people to come back to her forest, but actually finding, a bunch of people to live in the wood isn't super likely because they were living as, forest-based subsistence people before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not like we can go find a cadre or I guess a circle of druids to pull and put here.
No, if they exist, they would already be in this forest probably.
Yeah.
You've got woodcutters, hunters, foragers for mushrooms and berries, but that's about it. And you guys are so far down the tech tree that finding extra people to volunteer to live in the woods on their own as hermits or druids or whatever is unlikely under normal circumstances. But we talked about this off mic in the preamble. You might be able to raise a temple and sponsor a monastic order here. Monks or nuns, probably dedicated to Sylvanas. They would take care of, tending the tree, keeping her little lake or pond clean, sort of a thing. By the way, don't worry, so you find the machete bits.
Cool.
It's right next to your foot.
You're gonna have to wade into mysteriously anywhere from ankle to knee deep water, and you can't really tell where.
Oh, it's FromSoft Battlegrounds
accidentally
water?
You don't accidentally go above your head and end up in the other side, unlike Aurelia. The bottom of the lake is definitely very real for now.
For now.
It makes you think about. I said already, yeah.
You also don't get
Yeah.
tetanus from stepping on the metal.
Well, it's Metagrease.
You
Fey
can still tink-tinks.
tetanus.
Very tetanus.
It's like Vorpal gangrene. No, I'm sure Inos is wearing his near thigh high cavalry boots so he doesn't get damp. But yeah, so you could sponsor a monastic here. This would mean you would have to speak to members of the Church of the Seven, probably get sponsorship of your archbishop. This is still in his diocese, I'm pretty sure.
I feel like it's more doable than just actually hunting for people that are willing to take the job.
Well,
yeah. The main thing I would ask you is basically, yeah. No, I'll phrase it this way. We're kind of schmoving over things out of character to set this up. You're gonna have to decide what your pitch exactly is gonna be, because it could just be that hey, we've just rediscovered a sacred fucking tree named by the Elf Queen. She's kind of a big deal. I feel like somebody should take care of this, spiritual wellness and stuff. Or you could expand that. You could mention, by the way, there's a fucking gate to the other side under this tree, which, as previously established, the gate is semi-one way. You can only open it from this side. You cannot open it from the other side. With a capital letter.
No surprise, Faye visits.
I'm gonna be real.
So,
we don't. I'm pretty sure the Fae generally don't need a special gate to go do surprise visits.
They really don't.
No. Again, Neneth Nimloth can't really form sentences in higher grammar. She is a tree. So you're kind of guesstimating based on what Aramis figured out from research, but you're pretty sure that the reason why there are no more hardcore crowmen left in the forest is they just, cranked the doors on that gate open, slapped them shut behind them, and, went somewhere else. They were like, you know what? We're tired of this Logi guy and his fire and iron. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm going upstate.
That would make them feel unwelcome, yeah.
Well, to remind everybody, also, I did mention, and Aurelia mentioned to you because she got some spooky visions of it. The Crowlanders were kind of launched in a generational blood feud with the Fire Dancers and their allied tribes before Logi decided to try and make everybody in Teine get along. So,
yeah, one of the sisters died.
Yeah, some of them, were cool enough to wrap it up. A number of them were a little annoyed because one of your ancestor So yeah, Goldenhair's sisters died, but also their fairy buddy. God, I forgot what was his.
It was the king under the
It
hill.
was something of the Silver Hand.
Yeah.
Was it like Liam Largett? Anyway, he is the fairy princeling, the ancestors of House Ferran, the tribe of Iron Spears. Stabbed with iron spears and buried under a hill. So he can't come back. So like a little bit of generational trauma there to work through. But yeah, so like I said, you could tell the church about the gate, and like that would require the monastic order to be here. If you wanted it to be a militant order of monastics, that would probably be a good call. Get some sort of ordo of forest knights to guard it. Also, though, obviously, working from the Sylvanas stuff, you guys could stump to have Rainier considered a saint. He died here and is currently buried here. He is a Chalice Knight, and while you guys aren't 100% sure about the order of operations, he was probably martyred for the cause of the pursuit of the Chalice.
I think he died to like that weird.
He's on the clock.
Weird tree drake thing Aurelia talked
about. Yes, that's a pretty reasonable conclusion. The bits of it are mostly gone, but it did have a tail filled with poison. Well, honestly, I'm pretty sure we didn't scavenge that bit. So if you guys want to go under the tree and check it out, you can probably find that bit.
Nah.
A big old evil poison thorn. So yes, you guys have a couple of different layers. One thing you could do, which you guys have talked about, is to remind you also that we've talked about this, keep everybody in the loop. One thing you could do is you could offer to settle some Harpuya here. That was even before the time of Logi and the Teinemen. There were supposed to be Harpuya in her branches. They got a little lost along the way. Inos you've been talking to Kaleno about some stuff.
Yeah.
She can, pop back home and see if anybody wants to migrate, but that is technically above her pay grade. She is just, a maiden of her nest. Her mother is important, and the crones have been like, this one, she's cool. We give her the mark of being a cool guy. But other than that, she has very little real political power. So you would probably need to start a chain of expansion. Also, you would probably need to get the present time High King on board, because if you were going to make any concessions to Kindred, it would require some sort of permission from him.
Oh, excuse me.
So that is the like I said, you're figuring out how to go about arranging for Nanath Nimloth to have the festivities and offerings and things. Let me see. Did I write that down separately? I think I did.
Well, first things first, what does the Marquess want to do?
I don't think it's that would listed around. I liked the idea of the Harpuya and also the militant order of monks. I don't know. I would like the idea of Order of Green Knights. Just sits with me.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how much we can make them overlap. Like I said, if we invite the Harpuya here, they'll live in the tree, nest and stuff, and do all their Harpuya stuff around there. I don't necessarily know how well the Harpuya and Min live together. I don't think there's a lot of documented cases in that.
That's fair.
Not that you guys know of, anyway. Yeah, documented.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say you would probably want to be more careful about it. It would probably be a very bad idea to put a order of male monastic monks and then a bunch of klepto bird ladies in the same place. That's just going to ask for trouble.
By trouble, I mean Min will just be
Inos,
kidnapped into the tree. What's up?
You still have some allied tribes?
Yeah.
As a student?
I got one.
You can go ahead and try and roll it. And yes, Aren said the other thing you could do, you could go for a nunnery, which would make it a lot more simple.
Unfortunately, nay.
All right. You may vaguely recall some things about, like, some, I don't even want to say urban legends, but, some passing rumors that have been mentioned previously about, Harpuya and humans overlapping in terms of residence, but you can't recall them right now.
It's like,
I would say at least that if you decide to sponsor founding a monastic order, they're not going to build a monastery like right the fuck here under the tree, because that would require clearing and stuff. What they would probably do is they would build in some of the areas where there were like previous ruins. They would refurbish them and set them up to be more modern.
Like, Axe, is there any particular reason why you want the militant order?
Yeah, no, I'm against the militant order, personally. Like, why do we want a military order in the middle of a swamp or forest? Either one.
Green space.
Space that is not generally strategically located anywhere.
Well, this thing does have a strategic value. It's just a very weird one because it's a one-way door. Like, we talked about this before.
Like, it has value, but it's not like military value, I should say.
Like, we talked about the door is like it's one way, and it is a door to ferry. Personally, I think the best way to to guard it is just not tell anyone there's a fucking ferry door under the tree.
Exactly.
That has worked for approximately 900
years.
Honestly, then, we should probably just have like the nunnery, and then just have like people that run the festival, because we'd also do that separate thing.
Oh, excuse me, jeez.
So I was gonna say, just as a counterpoint to why we might want to have a military order there. There are still monstrum out there, and remember what happened to that monastery with the Cyclops?
Yeah, we could at least have to wait to defend themselves. Yeah,
we could have a military presence, like.
I mean, if we.
I'm not saying that to like convince it. I'm just saying that is one reason why we might want to.
I mean, if we involve the Harpuya are pretty wicked fighters. Those talons are not for fucking show.
Yeah.
They do, as far as you know anyway, the Harpuya do manage for themselves against any monstrum that are in the Medius Mountains.
They do kind of run better. Well, like, not literally run, but you know what I mean. Flee better.
Like,
they can fly.
Like, we should definitely involve tell the High Kings, like, High King, there's a gate to ferry underneath a giant tree. But we should do the thing where we ask, please don't tell anybody, because I don't want anyone getting fucking ideas.
Yeah.
Which is fair, because the High King will probably say that. You're right, that sounds like a terrible idea to tell anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't want every dumbass in your realm trying to find a door. That sounds like a diplomatic...
Plus, if you put the a military order there, like, I think that's more suspicious, because they're like, okay, why is there a military order here?
Well, we still have the festival about the fair.
Well, no,
it's like with a monastic order, you could put a monastic order anywhere. Well, that's not suspicious.
Well, like I said, we have a sacred tree. We can definitely say this is a site of spiritual significance, and we put a monastery there for for spiritual reasons. It could also be like a pilgrimage site. People come to see the sacred tree, pay respects and stuff. I'm not saying.
And if you do have like one festival a year, sort of a thing, that would probably be like a. We're not quite at like tourist attraction, but like people undergo pilgrimage and stuff like that. Like that could be a big source of pilgrimage routes and things to be like, oh yeah, this is your one time a year to catch the Mother Tree Festival.
Honestly, how I see
if you're big into trees, you gotta come.
I think we should. I'll go.
Oh no, go, Marquess.
How I see it is that we should get a monastic order to I guess, monitor the site and just keep care of it. And we should also, I think, as a way to have Harpuria like be connected to our land more, try to invite them to come here too, but not put it as like, I guess, the first thing needs to be done. But we'll see how that plays out.
Inos, as your master of ceremonies and your chief diplomat, has already started has already been speaking to Kalena on it. As Omega mentioned earlier, Kalena does not have any pool on herself, but hopefully by her mentioning such things to, like, her own, I forgot. What are groups of Harpuya called?
Their settlements are called nests.
Nah. Like
I was actually about to say nests.
Yeah. By speaking to our own nest, maybe we can get some inroads on finding out maybe who would. Like either way, these options will both take time.
Yeah, you're gonna have to conference call the Archbishop, like I said, because you're inside his diocese. That means if you want to build a monastic order and have it be, I don't think consecrated is the right word for people, but you know what I mean. Like, have them be recognized. Yeah, you're gonna need him to like show up and be like, "Hello, I'm the Archbishop. I recognize this place."
No,
double thumbs up, finger guns.
We should just put all the
go ahead.
So, the Harpuya thing will take a while, no matter what. We have to touch bases with the Archbishop. After that, though, we should probably maybe speak to Forrester. Is it Forrester? Fuck, I'm forgetting my high houses.
Ferretti. That is the county of Forrester.
Yes.
I don't
speak to Ferretti and see if they have any, young ladies who would, like to maybe establish themselves away from their lands or something.
I could ask my friend.
And we could probably also ask the island of Verity as well.
I could ask. I was going to say I could ask my friend in Ferretti because she is part of a ranger order, so she might know some people.
Well, like I said, we can all set up.
So I didn't bring this up in full earlier because I didn't have a really good chance to jump in the conversation. But when Konrad made the aside about nunnery, I was going to mention, by the way, that is actually again, our rules about inheritance and women's roles in society are not as strictly delineated as historically Europe was. Mm-hmm. But there is a long-standing history in real life of establishing nunneries, putting noble sisters and daughters into it with the money they need to take care of themselves as a supplementary socio-political apparatus.
No, that's what I'm saying.
So absolutely, this is a great way where, like, if you've got some young noble ladies that you either because they don't have the temperament or you don't want them to be risking their lives on the front line, as military members, and they don't want to or can't get married for political gain, for any reason, you're just like, yes, nunnery for you. Read books, sweep floors, make candles. I don't know.
So if we can, like,
we don't alcohol.
Like, honestly, we probably don't need. Like, we would probably want a few noble ladies or those tied with the church just to give this place a little bit of legitimacy. But other than that, we can probably just find some. I don't want to say poor. That really paints a bad picture about it. But find some of the peasantry who maybe have, a few too many kids and be all like, all right, you're now.
Let's go kidnap some poor people.
That is the other major recruitment of the church.
Yeah.
Hey,
give a
you
care
can't
package.
afford a fucking education or a trade? Would you like to enter the service of the cloth?
Yes.
Would you like to join the U.S. military? Wait.
So
no, that's different. That's what we have a different problem. We run that recruiting drive.
So, yes, with that, I think we can establish a small nunnery and maybe start a small wing of Harpuya. And this is one of those things that this might be completely different in 10 fucking years, but it's gonna be 10 fucking years. Like we don't need to be planning some big grand thing. We just need a modest monastery and a modest nest of Harpuya to get it started.
Yeah, we should have all the things in motion, and then like it'll.
Yeah.
This isn't some 4X game where we need to plan like 300 years in advance.
No.
Yeah.
We'll be dead by then, and it won't be our problem.
Yes.
No. But
That is life, yes.
So, on the, I do want to ask, what do we want to do about, the good knight? Was it Rainolf? Not Rainolf. It started with an
It's
R.
Rainier.
Rainier. Excuse me.
I think we should get him sainted.
Well, here's the thing: do we want to leave his body here, and have it entombed, and have it be one of the things that is spiritually important about this place, or do we want to have it removed and delivered back to? I believe they said it was Alfin who he.
I think it's
he was originally
time.
from the
I think that's.
I think personally,
Alpha.
Nicola personally would like the poeticism of having him interred here.
Okay.
Also, wasn't
Because
there
it
like a
was
nature
kind of
spirit
his
watching
life's
over him?
quest.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Also,
X?
I think that
Hold up, Dallas. What was that, X?
Wasn't there also a nature spirit protecting his body?
No, that was a fairy ghost.
Yeah, that was a fairy
Okay.
ghost. I do think there is some implication that there was maybe some romance between them.
Yes, I think maybe we should do it here just because out of respect to that.
Okay.
That was Helise Twinbow.
Yes.
Which
There-
she was double exercised because Moira defeated a ghost, and then if you believe the testimony of every her body was basically like also fossilized to the spot, turned to glass, and the lady in white released her from her mission. But you did recover her armor, her green glass axe, stuff like that.
I remember we gave her fairy mail to Alestra.
Mhm.
I do not.
And I think right now you have her. She had a deer skull mask, which Alestra did mend the soul on to stick back together.
Honestly, we could probably leave the deer skull. Maybe we can make that part of the festivities. Yes, no, we're gonna also do that to the festivities. We're gonna add the legend of fucking the twin bow and the fucking and the saint. We'll have to come up with some bullshit. We'll have to come up with some magnificent story. But
Let's get a playwright for the festival for festival dance.
Can I help write the play?
do you have skill like theater, playwright, anything like that?
I think he has got some social skills at least. He can probably move some emotions. Hey,
it's not playwright, but I would argue that because I do actually have craft writer, not playwright, but I do have writer.
That's close enough.
right.
That's my opinion.
You guys can probably collab with Conti. That's
And it is
once again. I would like to remind you, Conti's basically semi-retired right now because none of you are young enough to need tutoring. So like, he's got all the free time in the world. I mentioned I should say this joke on mic for people. I joked that Conti is the NPC who's going to be bulletproof because they're just going to leave him at home and constantly give him new projects to write about their adventures.
He's the narrator.
He can't go anywhere dangerous.
He's the narrator after everything. So like,
he is just Varric.
Yeah. So with that, yes, part of the festival is we will celebrate the lives of the Saint Rainier and his lover and ally Twinbow. We'll make some sort of production. We'll use the deer mask as part of the festivities.
I can't specify it because Rain doesn't let me do it. But the reason Nicola took this specifically is to write dumb romantic stories. Like, that is what he took it for, because he took it to impress various sailor people.
I have expert writing, but that's more as in like actual like calligraphic skill and not actually like writing composition.
Yeah, that's why I might
Because
craft
I've done
writing.
that for an NPC block.
Well, there
Axe.
isn't
You could
actually
phrase that
craft writing,
specifically
but-
as expert, like scribe. If you want to
I
make
think
sure that you've got the ability,
I'll put it
to
as that instead of expert
to
writing.
write, and it would be that or like student of calligraphy or something. But
Okay.
yes,
Because I have like
that's-
expert writing, expert drawing. So
Well, and that with that being said, if we're gonna leave Rainier here, do we also want to inter his sword here?
we have to take it out of the room. Out of like.
I
the
mean,
collection
I will
room.
say this. So, because I was going to mention this earlier, two-step process. On the one hand, if you make this Rainier's like eternal resting place, that will make it a lot easier for you to say, "Hey, we've turned the cavern under the roots into a crypt. You can't go there.
Yes.
Actually,
If you guys stick a lot of relics in here, generally the way people are with saints is they like to see relics. They also really like to touch relics, but we should we're getting far enough along in the development process that like the church is actively discouraging people from touching all the relics because wear and tear, but people still like to try and touch them.
Yeah, so maybe we should like give us reason for people to like actively look in there.
Okay. Then we will, as part of the original plan, we will form our own reliquary in Stonehearth and put Argent Light and is it Soltaire? Like fucking.
Perhaps if we do actually retrieve all the swords, then we can make a separate shrine for all of them.
We could also.
If we find all, honestly, if we find all the swords, once we recover the chalice, we should probably turn. At that point, we should probably turn it over to the church. At that point,
or give them back to Verity.
Yeah. Or give them
back. For everybody's perusement, I've reposted. This is.
Or
the lament that Lady White sang about Hilly's twin brother.
Or lucky counterpoint, we can establish our own church. That always goes well.
No, I was only joking about the Church of England thing.
I'm not being I'm not making Protestant.
I suddenly feel like calling myself Cromwell. Is this a good thing?
No. You're being vetoed, Dallas.
But yes, we should.
Why do I suddenly hate Irish people? They're Irish people.
Are there
That's because you're
racist.
He's feeling the Anglicism rise up.
So, we'll establish our own reliquary. Inos has already taken steps to speak to a member of the Inquisition who deals in such things and could probably point us out in other things. That's Sister
I will assist Conti in writing a romantic play.
Well, it can't be something too crazy. It has to be something that people coming on a pilgrimage can understand and relate to.
And this is why I am assisting and Conti is taking lead, because Nicola would go way too far.
You go too high art about it.
Yes. But no, I think I certainly understand the sort of genre you're aiming for. Something that can be done with a minimal number of players, possibly a traveling troupe sort of a thing.
I don't want to say Shakespearean, but
something that only maybe eats like 5
is.
people, maybe 6.
But sorry. So yes, we'll take his sword and we'll put it in our own reliquary. And, we'll let people be like, yes, behold, the sword of the great saint Rainier. God damn it, why do I keep saying Rainoff? Rainier. And look, the sword of... I forgot the knight that wielded Argent Light. I can't remember. Oh, well.
I'm blanking out too.
I've posted the list, I
have the list. I just don't have it open right now.
Yeah, I don't have it open either.
It doesn't matter. We got it.
Yes.
We know what you're talking about.
Yes. So, I believe that covers everything about Auntie Tree. Inos will probably go back and forth on this. We'll probably set a festival days for, you want to say, mid to late spring? Sometime in the springtime? Time of renewal and growth?
Yes.
Seems fair.
I think.
All right.
Okay. Wait, no. Actually, I have a thought on that.
What's up?
Do we know what part of the court Lady Twinbo was?
She was probably.
I think she would be Summer. Do I reference it in the song anywhere?
Then, maybe
Lady Blanche would know.
Yeah, because I was thinking we should maybe align it to where she's from, just to give. I don't know.
Well, while they say again, I'm not the expert in courtly and fairy courts. It's I think spring would be good. It's because it's just not. This is not just about Twinbo. This is also about Rainier. This is about Auntie Tree. This is about the history of the place.
Spring would work. Spring would work well as long as she's not a member of the Fall Court.
There is no Fall Court.
Right. Forgot.
Oh god, they're gonna make
man.
a fucking puppet of like the tree drake, and that'll be a fun sight. Anyway,
We're probably going to avoid talking about how there was a ancient.
Never say that in front of Nicola because he will insist to Conti, and Conti will have to hate it.
Yes, don't bring that. I believe I have described it to you both in the fiction and later. The tree puppet dragon thing, the Mandrakora, was very bad, no good magic, and I don't think you guys want to tell anybody about that.
No.
that's fair.
no.
It was
something...
like how many centuries of like malevolent feelings?
Bad.
Very annoyed. Yes.
Angry.
But also just the magic to make a fake ass dragon out of wood and leaf and a dragon heart that fossilized. Bad. It's bad. Don't do that.
Oh, good.
Don't get any ideas.
That's fair. That's probably
All right.
yeah. We shouldn't give people inspiration. Yeah.
So, before we move on, the final sort of blob from that phase was that as a result of all this prep work, Araminta has spent a lot of time studying the text of the Crow-Headed Men, the Corblanders, and she has uncovered a lot about their relationship to Veilcraft, because they were a Veilcraft using society. They were, I think I described them. They were literally wandering the wild places of the world, and Sylvanas rolled up and was like, hey, you guys lost? And they were like, yes. Help us, tree guy. And he was like, okay, well, they asked for help. Here, hang out with this tree. She's cool. But this means that you have a pretty good grasp of the basics of their technique in the weaving shifting. So in Secret Sorcery, I've added the second paragraph, and we have uncovered the ability. Now you guys understand how this is going to work. There's double secret attunement.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
There is a second advantage, which is cheaper if you already have regular attunement.
Oh yes, it's by 5, yeah.
And there is a process for acquiring them. Keep in mind, new levels of attunement have new rules, but you understand one of the permanent ways to gain the shift, the attunement. The actual description of it talks about other ways you can do it. But you can also do the temporary way as well. There is the temporary way to gain it, which is Sylvanas Reverie.
Oh god, okay, yeah. I have to think about this. Maybe a few years later.
At least it's hanging upside down and not being hung.
No, it's the footway. It's the Odin style. But
you have to construct the philosophy.
I mentioned before. I'm pretty sure that Leslok already has a
the alchemy secret attunement going to be. I have to create.
I have like.
Am I going to have to talk to the truth?
I have Eerie 5. I have so much Eerie.
I don't want to lose my arm.
You would not get a lot from the effect, and one-eyed is a problem.
I was more thinking about also just. I don't want to actually hate touching my own ball and shot.
That's not cold iron. That's lead.
Yeah.
But yes, you would get so everybody who's not reading this along, the shift is a advantage.
Like Part Fey.
That once you cast it, you can cast weaving shifting. You're considered attuned. You're immune to natural disease and poison. Poisons never trigger their major effect against you. You do not need food or sleep, though you still need fresh air and to drink water. You can take glamours if you couldn't already. However, you get the fairy's cold iron bane, which is iron and iron-related things. Iron and steel weapons do +1 shock damage to you, and if you hold a piece of cold iron, you take +1 shock damage for whatever limit touches. You will not be wearing iron armor if you have this advantage. And the methods to get it are also similarly costly. Like I said, the only permanent one right now is Art of the Wise Tree, which is you have to cut out your own eye, and I should also note, and you get the one-eyed problem. That's actually a problem.
I don't think I want to do it. Honestly, this feels like something if Leslok ever got to be old, he might do it when he's old.
What is
did unlock all of these are all of the non-attunement spells in this secret sorcery.
Okay.
I've put them on the list, so.
What is the kindred of Pyrox? Why do I want to call her Pyroxia?
That's the desert cat.
So does that mean my secret a cat boy?
You don't know. You don't know what about the pyromancy. We'll talk about that later. This is just what we got here.
No, we
Fair
weren't gonna
enough.
figure that out until we go to Celticy in, half a year.
That's honestly the Celticy trip's probably gonna be a 2-for-1.
I will warn you, if you do turn me into a cowboy, I will start saying Nia with everything.
I
I tell you
now-
assuredly.
I'm gonna say
Okay.
I know I want to make it do it because I want to call back to like Dallas. You're not ending your sentence with yeah.
Okay, Nia.
Minus 1 XP.
You're gonna get his.
Oh,
You're gonna
God.
get his halfway away. No, we're not gonna worry about
Put
that.
that as a problem.
No,
Throw him overboard.
we don't need to worry about that because that is definitely not what the extra pyromancy attunement is. It will be much more fire related.
No, I have a feeling.
Sorry, I'm just gonna start. I'm start scrolling through these because it's like, oh my god, these are cool.
Yeah. You got access to them. So we are moving on to the setup to Summer Court. For organizational means, in my notes, I call this Act 4, Shadows at Summer's Moon.
Nice.
But let's see, most of that is my notes about setup. You guys don't need to worry about that right now. I'm wondering, do I want to... I wrote down, like, the full guest list. Do I want to lead that out, or... No, I think that's more me facing, and I should introduce the people as they arrive. We got that. I got my calendar. Pretty sure that's up to date with the calendar you've got in the calendar.
It's the Cali Islander.
I made a table. It's color-coded.
Where is this? This is in the calendar?
Yes.
Yes. So before that, though, technically, because this would be this is in the middle of a month, at this point, Conti has started publishing the first serialized block of the Journals of Leofric Logi. The second one will come out over the course of the second half of Summer Court. But basically, you guys get to read along, to go
Someone
on.
link me the
first
calendar.
step-
I can't access it.
That's weird. V is the correct one. But
Oh, no,
publishing
I got
monthly
it. I got
time, so we got there. I did write that part down. So the first section of adventures that are serialized is relatively early in Leofric's story. It begins, with the funeral of his father, Leodolf Logi, the Black Wolf. His brother Wulfric becomes the Marquess. To get out of his brother's hair, while Wulfric is planning his wedding to Inbar Palak, Leofric decides to go on a young gentlemanly tour. He is accompanied by Hermann Krieger, childhood companion of Wulfric, who studied at the same fencing academy as his cavalier. The two make their way to Tron, where they are quickly joined by the young Conti the Bard in the Saints' Quay, where he warns them off of some trouble. He's like, my friends, I am a humble street guide. Would you like to, come with me? Throw me a few coins. And he's like, my friends, we cannot go down this, you're too upstanding. We cannot go down this street today. There are thuggish gentlemen waiting to take your coin purses.
Leofric went down that alleyway, didn't he?
Yes. No, we go down the alleyway anyway.
It's too appealing of a concept.
Ruffians, you say?
But after a
Sounds
normal
rational.
amount of sightseeing, getting in a few petty duels, getting in a few scuffs, the trio of them observe an incident where the young Mercedes Verity is kidnapped by brigands working under Ysbrand Frost. They seize her carriage and roll her under a boat and, sail away. Rather than cause an international incident, Leofric and his companions sail off on their own to go north to the remote reaches of Crag to rescue her, aided in this transport by the brief appearance of then Lieutenant Coraline Marin, freshly graduated from the Naval Academy. And that's the end of the first installment, is basically we set up all the characters and then we get an inciting incident, which is a young lady Verity is kidnapped. And like I said, rather than Leofric blab to the head of Verity about it, he's like, my personal friend, Lieutenant Marin, can you get me a boat and some naval papers so we can sail to Crag? Why? Don't worry about it. You can trust me. I'm Leofric Logi.
Well, this explains why Mercedes had a very poor fucking opinion of Yispin Frost. I don't remember if she actually said that. I don't remember if she actually said that he kidnapped her. At that
I don't
point.
think she phrased it that way. She just said that she had possibly some run-ins, plural.
Yeah. Okay.
The author leaves himself open to writing more adventures later. I have it jotted down. I will not be to the power of time and space, but you guys want me to tell me what the second installment would contain already? So we don't have to like reference back to it, or do you want to wait for the appropriate amount of time and space to transverse?
I'm okay with time and space transversing.
All right. And we'll put a pin in that one. Luckily, I know right where that is.
Hours of time and space.
Space time.
Time is warped and space is bendable.
The first copy already made Leslok's eyes sparkle, which is like, god damn it, I'm too easy.
Listen, Dad was a cool guy. It's just that he was quite literally too cool to live. So we're gonna enter the period of the opening day of the summer court. You guys are all in preparation. Stonehearth has been like, I won't say feverishly, but has been thoroughly redecorated, overhauled. All of your carpets and rugs have been cleaned and dusted. Any furniture that was, old, damaged, whatever, has been revarnished, repaired, or outright, thrown out and replaced. Many fine silverwares put in, acquired a wide variety of stylings of, ceramics and porcelainware. Like I said, silverware is native for you. Got some very fine glasswares from across Troy Corone. Your larders and pantries, those are the words I'm looking for, are filled up. Your wine cellars are well stocked. The lawns are immaculate. The hedges are all perfectly trimmed. Yeah, the last of the spring flowers and the first of the summer type blooms are going. Street sweepers and street washers have been working round the clock.
You better have.
Everything is in nice and order. Just in case anybody's ending up taking any portraiture, I'm sure many of you have made sure to do any personal grooming, haircutting, styling, shaving, etc. Everybody obviously can acquire various new levels of clothes, for your summer court fit. It's not really like a normal event of the season type deal, but for many people, they will be wearing their best.
Yeah.
And so everyone is fully geared up. Actually want to duplicate this page. I think I do because I got to copy stuff. Because technically, while you guys are all making sure everything is ready, especially because technically we are beginning, the first day of summer court will coincide with Fortuna, the Midsummer Festival, which is very popular in Teine. This is my Dramatis. In my Dramatis, because technically ahead of time, Ich's delegation will fully arrive.
Woo!
So they will not be like appearing in a flash and parade. They will roll up and settle in probably several days before this happens. So this is including the Countess Mule.
Nice.
First time appearing on screen, but I am pretty sure. Sorry, I'm tilting my my microphone arm slightly closer so I don't accidentally bump the cable when I go to Control C.
Cool.
I need to make sure it's in the clear because I'm going to be doing that a lot. This is the first time he has appeared on camera, but obviously I'm pretty sure you would know him already. Her first husband, Haller Eich, Mr. of House Eich, Lord of the Stone Bay, Commander of the Order of Shadow Rock.
Shadow Rock.
Airless is coming, as well as her two younger sons, Magni and Phineas.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I think this is the first time, yes. you are introduced to the head of House Musimon, Sigil of the Goat, Lady Una Musimon, Lady of Lutherhelm, Master of the Fletcher's Guild, Commander of the Knights Caprica. Musimon is a house that holds a lot of Highland Central territory in Crag, as evidenced by the fact that their heraldic animal is a mountain goat.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I think I mentioned this before, but to remind everybody, you had previously met maybe a strong word, but the previous head of House Durnwich, she has retired, focusing on her work with the Culinarian Guild. And now, let's see, where is she? I will edit that. Strike out those marks. And add Lord Mustika Dunwich, her son, head of House Dunwich, Lord of the Point Lock.
And that's Aren's Dunwich's father.
Yes.
I go up Durnwood. I shouldn't be doing a fucking Hillside Tickets joke.
So it ended up pronounced similarly, but the etymology is actually. It's just one of those things where I was crunching names and I was like, well, it's funny that this sounds like Dunwich, even though, Dunwich. You should technically be saying it with much more in there.
Like Dunwich.
But I can't do that all the time. I will explode if I have to do that on everyone.
E-Y, phlegm, W, more phlegm, H.
Yes, you gotta do the extra special the marking glottal stops in there.
The pentaflem combo.
You have previously met Lady Blodakshi and Lord Blaka, who are appearing. They're also bringing heirs.
Hey, Agnar.
Yes, so Agnar Blodakshi is here. Douglas Blaka is here.
Yeah.
You are also. Is this mine? I did not. I should be nice and make sure to give her an entry. It was previously mentioned that you did not see Agnar at a previous event because he was busy getting married.
Yes. I remember.
Reasonable.
It was the journey into the place, right?
I think it was before that, actually, that it was mentioned.
I thought it was the.
He's got great poisoning, okay?
Oh, right.
No, the fog veil.
Yes,
It's
I believe
definitely
it was
before
before that, actually, that it got mentioned.
Gotcha.
But, put the
God, that feels like
down.
forever ago.
His wife is Capella, now Blodakshi, formerly of House Musimon. So, did I actually put a... No, I did not put a description here. I may have put it later, but she's kind of a, So Agnar Blodakshi, you know him. He's a big dude. Big, broad, kind of, dark, reddish brown chestnut, maybe even a little more like blood red type, hair, in big long braids, big bushy beard, kind of guy. Looks like he belongs in an advertisement for some sort of deodorizing product. Or perhaps just an ad for, splitting firewood. The new Lady Blodakshi Capella is, short. Probably not quite, petite, maybe have more of a rounded figure, but she's not, super tall. Big bouncing golden curls. Probably kind of like, green eyes, and like she definitely is small enough that, like, obviously not in public because that would not be very proprietous, but Agnar probably has no problem, like, perching her on a single bicep sort of a thing.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Like, so they are that sort of dynamic. And I'm sure
She's
that
having a good
Konrad will
time.
get to talk to, be more informally introduced to her. So, like, you'll probably get a pretty good read. She is.
All I heard was like, oh, he fell for a goat herder, I think was what it's mentioned. Didn't know it meant someone from Hasmussen. Probably good.
We love the jokes. I feel like somebody in the crew has to make the joke at least that, like, well, at least you didn't hear that he fell in love with a goat.
What's House Muslim on for? I just don't know what are they known for? Sorry, I just think I heard that part.
Yeah, I did mention it earlier, but they are from the Upper Highlands and the core of Crag. They are what little mountain farming and ranching you can do in Crag. They are responsible for a lot of it. They, as a result, tend to be known as kind of a stubborn isolationist people. They live up in them thar hills, and they do not like to come down from them. You get the impression that Lady Musamon, Lady Una, is much more like that. I put in the dramatis, but her nickname is the Old Goat. She's kind of like... Double check the age block.
Why does it feel like there's just like Crag? There are just levels of how much of a Northman you are. There's just levels of it.
There are tiers, literally, because the mountains form tiers. Yeah, she's probably got some graying hair at 50. So, like, scraggly, curly, graying hair, serious dark eyes, maybe a little beady, wears a big woolen cloak or shawl everywhere. But, her daughter, probably by the age is her youngest child at this rate, much more, bubbly, friendly, warm, has a lot of that, Crag hospitality type thing. The whole thing, I think even Lady A, talked about that in a letter to Inos of like, well, unfortunately, my diplomatic style is to show everybody hospitality. I can't fit the entirety of the Crownish courtier scene in my dining hall. So it's a little bit of a different comparison, but clearly they are. It's clearly one of the it's definitely not just a political match. It's definitely like genuine feelings in there, and even so, Agnar's really glad to see Konrad. He claps you on the back. How much body do you have right now, Konrad?
5.
What's your body score right now?
5.
Okay. You're better than him. He's only body 4. He is very much heavy in the stats because he's endurance 5 and vigor 5.
Yeah, definitely.
The skill dice are much higher, but he's only body 4, so your bones don't creak. But yeah, he's a big old boy, and so you meet them, and we've got the slightly gloomy Douglas here. Lord Irving Blaka, probably is at his usual kind of grumpy, miserly self as well. Maybe make some vague mutterings about accepting. God, I forget was it his niece or his cousin is Miss Corellia. I forget. She's a member of his house. He is still a little nettled that she was accepted as a hostage and student across the border in Essoc, because she was supposed to get married to a guy and be that kind of arrangement, but he unfortunately died to bony fish devils, and so he was planning on reorganizing that alliance. But if you guys will recall, because again, it's also been 3 months full of stuff since this happened, 4 months actually, I think. It was spring 1, so we're 4 or 5 months later. But to remind the players, his son and heir, Douglas, and Lucy, now head of House Essex, kind of went behind Irving's back and, with the approval of your Marquess, accepted that hostage information exchange anyway. So Lord Irving is a little grumpy about that, but his boss is too nice to raise that one up with anybody. The really interesting thing about House Ache's entourage, that's the word I'm looking for, entourage, is...
Their posse.
Well, you could call it a posse because... where is there's the tab I'm looking for. Because Lady
Jonah
Ake
Hex.
has brought members of the A tier of the Shadow Rock,
Ooh.
the Mountainkin who live inside the fortress of Tokevig, with her
Ooh.
as a semi-honor guard, and also because, once again, to remind everybody, the High King's going to be pushing this Kindred agenda this summer. So,
Kindred agenda.
Let's bring our own.
I mean,
Hold
yeah,
on,
basically, Lady Ake made sure to get out there and bring her pocket. Oh, okay, so I wrote that name down, but I did not give a entry to it in my Dramatis. Let me
It's
run that
all
down
gonna
real
fit.
quick.
Yep, I know I have this
I
saved.
know the Iron Warriors showed up. Too. That's Aren.
I should say this. Yes, you have a delegation planned.
damn
The Prince of Treachery actually picked some guys, but because we were kind of non-committal about it, we don't know exactly what the High King is looking for. They're going to have some additional advisors, but they have a delegation planned. But I believe currently you told them to hang back. You're hoping to have that integrated as part of the trip to Drakesburg. That's
Yes.
what I'm looking for.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So like they're prepping off stage right now.
Places, people, places.
But I don't even know if that would. I guess I'll say guard captain. Sorry, I'm debating over titles for NPCs. The Giants aren't so keen on some of that stuff, but that is commander or captain Gunlod Shadowhand, A tier of the Shadow Rock, and she's bought about half a dozen of these guys. Luckily, they are staying in their own, manor in the lower city of Stonehearth, so they can arrange their own room.
Yeah.
But this does probably lead to a.
I'm genuinely
not
surprised
a major spectacle.
I'm genuinely surprised that A don't have an estate here.
Oh no, they do. They have a manor house. They have a city house, but it's it's going to be limited by the amount of land you. Or I should say, House Logi has historically allowed them to purchase and maintain. Obviously recall that, not everybody in Norlon gets along together all the time.
Right. We are in a time of
Your
great alliance with them.
Yes, you have
Considering
forged a
we're
very
not
close
related.
alliance. But it could take a while for you never know. There's been historical, and if people are thinking to themselves, "Gee, I don't know how two separately governed cultures on a single island could be mad at each other so much," let me show you the British Isles.
Or Japan.
Islands of Japan's another good one. Yeah.
Like that's actually very common.
We also have more of a
you know.
dividing point of the mountains. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's still. Well,
Japan
I was
has a
gonna say
lot of mountains.
Also true of England, though. They're not tall mountains, but that I was gonna say something, but I was gonna wait. No, Axe hasn't actually been to the Lake Country or near Scotland. You do not necessarily just march across the border. It's just that Hadrian built that wall in the lowlands closer to him because the Scottish Highlanders were in the Highlands. And he was like, "Hello, Highland man. I would like you to stop coming out of the fucking Highlands and attacking me. Thank you."
And they're like,
I'm the Emperor Hadrian.
I need to fresh myself. What if I do anyway?
How about I do
Fine,
anyway?
build a wall.
I'm more familiar with the Norman conquest period, but I need to refresh myself on that.
I mean, not even the Norman conquest part. That's also full of the Britons getting along because
that's a lot of people.
Normans the Saxons.
Yeah, it's a lot of fiefdoms of just like people being like, I'm in charge of this, and now you're in charge of this.
Simplified, the English are dicks. That's the simple way to put it.
You could have seen that coming.
I mean, you can say that, but I do also want to point out that the British lowlands do have also a terribly long history of getting fucking conquered.
That's true.
The Romans rolled over the Celts, and then eventually they were invaded by the
Anglo-Saxons. The British noble and
once established, the British crown and the British Empire has a very bad track record, but it took them many years of getting rolled over, including ending on the Norman conquest, which was England was invaded by her allies.
All right, what's it going?
Yeah,
it's very funny. But yeah, so that's the Eich delegation. I've added some of those new names to the
delegation.
Yes. So like I said, they've got about half a dozen giants. There's probably a minor spectacle when they arrive, the mountainkin being pretty tall.
Ooh.
So, the day of the opening ceremonies, basically, the arriving, the official receiving, and so on, is, like I said, Fortuna, the Midsummer Festival. So, it's going to be a party day no matter what. The lamplighters and town guards are out in force, making sure that the roads are, patrolled, open. Nobody is loitering too long on an access way, because we want to make sure that the city is flowing. Sorry, about my mic arm springs, but make sure the city is flowing properly, which is good because there's loads and loads of people in Stonehearth itself. There are many big, great bonfires lit. Occasionally, you throw burning effigies of Monstrum in them to ward them away. There are some maypoles to dance around and stuff like that as well.
Pole
dancing in the public squares. Yes, you do actually dance around the maypoles. But other kinds of like country dancing, folk dancing. There are people parading through, singing songs, reciting rhymes, throwing fistfuls of like grain or flowers, around to celebrate. Stalls in town abound with special meals, of particularly particular cuts of roasted meat, grilled fruits and nuts, specially made breads, specially cooked loaves of bread to celebrate. Maybe a little extra in there. More pious individuals will make offerings to the flames of small logs, straw dolls. You light candles in vigil. There will be performances such as fire breathing, fire dancing, and fire walking. If you're not involved in some kind of country folk dance or line dance, you may very well end up accidentally being told to run across some hot coals. Don't worry about it. Perfectly fine. Do it fast enough.
Speed!
People do also, though, take care of practices for spiritual and physical health. Speaking about sweeping, this is a great time where you would, kind of ritualistically sweep off your front, hearth, throw out the dust from your fireplace kind of a thing. You burn rubbish, tend to livestock, blessing to the years, newborns. What little, amounts of fire sand you guys produce naturally from your, importation of alchemy is currently being used in, humble firecrackers on the streets.
I feel like Nicola literally, built a stockpile of them.
I mean, if Nicola were to say pass them out in the street, he'll be very popular. There will be many small children fighting with the firecrackers.
He also has some big ones for himself later.
Yes, Baron Oro's not here yet, but some of his you'll get a preview. He's saving his best for the Midsummer Gala, but definitely some of the fireworks you asked him to bring will be displayed tonight.
Oh boy!
Excellent. Don't you say he brought his best marriageable cousins?
He's doing that too.
Oh, don't you worry about that.
that was unsaid.
No, that was actually said.
No, that was I'm about to say.
Okay,
no,
that was explicitly.
Okay, more that was explicit earlier.
Yes. But we're not there yet.
God damn it.
I mean, it's I've described it. That is going to be the vibe he's going for. We'll get there. Before I get into the further cavalcades of NPCs, it's Fortuna. What are you guys doing with your day? The High King is not set to arrive until probably just before luncheon, based on the feverish messaging of couriers up and down the countryside.
Unfortunately, Inos is probably full work mode at the moment. He's master of ceremonies. This is his fucking shebang. So he is probably writing misses, receiving misses, barking orders, receiving orders, running around with his head cut off. Making sure after making sure everything is going well.
Probably after all of work responsibilities, Nicola is going to be like compulsively cleaning his house, making sure every last nook and cranny is spick and span.
Well, I did say it is a festival where you can get some of that done.
But I will also, at least especially towards the beginning of the festival, I will definitely be supplying people with fire, many things to explode.
Yes, Nicola building up his street cred.
Logesh will definitely be, also making rounds, joining the lamplighters and making sure that everything stays, up to board, everything's good.
Mhm.
None of the... Hold on, I wrote the name down. None of the Smith boys causing any troubles.
All right, them Smith boys.
No, they're too busy lighting firecrackers, running card games, and probably trying to beg, borrow, or steal grill
This
meat.
is a deep cut, but I just imagine them just sitting around each other farting on fireworks to see if they blow up.
They might maybe at night. You need to get a little visual.
God, Stephen King
Yes,
was on so much cocaine.
You, Logesh.
There are many things we don't
probably-
need to talk about with that man.
Let's see. I wrote his name down in the zone of citizens for time. Where was it? Morton Marquess. Yes, the constable of the town watch. Your pseudo underling. He's probably with you as you keep up.
Good.
Walks
Now-
around. He makes sure to use the baton, not the sword, to be like, all right, come on, move along then. Clear some room. Make a hole.
Just as another thing, would you be able to say that again? His name?
Morton Marquardt. I can also type it.
Yes, please.
Mr. Kumquat. Not even close.
Negative. Baton to the face.
Help! See the violent inherited the system.
No, here's the
Why are you
thing,
like
Nicola. You're part of the upper class.
Oh no, I know.
You don't get beat in the face.
You're like Charles
Exactly.
Xavier. You're like you talk about equality from a very privileged position.
There we go.
Yes.
Let's not get another X-Men tangent.
Except I don't only like pretty people.
You don't get beat in the face. You just eventually get your head cut off.
All right. Okay.
No,
So
I'm
yes,
totally
Logesh
going
is
to be
making
it.
the rounds. The Logi brothers. The brothers Logi.
The
Oh,
Logi
it's
who are
trademark.
brothers.
Konrad is definitely at least doing a little of the same thing that Logesh is doing, like making sure everything's in order, but he's also seeing to preparations for his little part of the festivals later in the evening with the crafters, the blacksmiths, and all that stuff.
Yes. Your various craft guilds and trade guilds are making quite a ways. Obviously, this is normally a festival day, so there's many things to be sold anyway. But also, this is the festival dedicated to Fornaxia, who is associated with handicrafts. So,
Yeah.
many things going on.
Uh,
And what about you, Leslok? What's your dealio?
Would it be weird to say someone was banging at my front door, so like I had lost my entire track of where I was thinking about when I said a thing and then I stepped away to check?
you losing track of what
No,
you're
that seems
thinking?
pretty
No,
normal.
not at all.
Seems pretty normal to be.
So like
to
I had
lose-
something, I
lose it.
lost it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We all do that.
Well, let me know if you think some stuff back. Otherwise, we will keep on keeping on. Oops, Somehow accidentally.
It's just all the stuff. We're preparing for the beginning of summer, right now? Because I just
Yeah, it's the festival day. I'm checking
I should probably say this because, I mean, if people, this is something new. I forgot to mention this because this would have changed after the last fancy party we went to. So you haven't seen this. The positioning of Nicola's jewelry has changed so that instead of a circlet to Sylvanas, he has a circlet to motherfucker.
The motherfucker.
Not no, the god motherfucker, god of the motherfucker. No, who's the ocean god? It's not Tempestus. That's the storm one.
Okeanos is
Okeanos. And replacing his circlet to Okeanos on his arm, he has a circlet to Fornaxia.
So he's repositioned some things.
Yes. He still has the rings to the other four on it. He just swapped. Basically, he swapped Tempestus to a ring, and he swapped Sylvanas from head to left arm, and now Okeanos is on his head.
I'm very mad that I was not here to comment on the goddess motherfucker.
But yeah,
it's the god motherfuckers.
Oh
god of the motherfuckers.
Excuse me. God motherfucker.
Leslok, go.
I had it remembered being like, right, I need to get a new thing to wear that is probably a very fancy thing it's very fitting of my nation, and I need to also be ready to welcome
everybody.
Everyone, but also my fiance. I also need to make sure that she is welcome.
Well,
but also the king. Oh god, I just need to be there at most places and not look like I'm rushing.
Well, you're not Russian.
This is the beauty of hosting. They got to come to you.
Yes.
You're not Russian. You're Norlish.
But
please, I'm gonna kick you in a pool.
Noting that he has changed his decorations, a lightning bolt flies down and kills Nicola. Got it?
No, this is why.
Turns out Tempest doesn't like puns.
God, that would I would have to kill him.
Whichever guy wants to murder me.
So much killing in the streets. But no.
No, that's one of the.
Luckily,
Leslok
is the host, so you don't have to rush anywhere. You get to sit at home. I do imagine, though, based on this description, though, that Leslok, in his latest and greatest fashions, is probably doing a lot of pacing up and down his main entrance hall.
I am memorizing the guest list because I'm trying to memorizing every person's name because Leslok would do that.
I mean, you have the ability to do so.
Yeah.
Yes, that does sound like.
Memorize everyone's names and then just have to put them to the faces.
The aneurysm in your brain quivers.
Konrad left his brother a note before he went out into Stonehearth.
Probably reading that. I probably read that like a minute ago.
It just says breathe.
I just imagine like it's the bottom of a stack of papers.
Doesn't Konrad have not yoga?
Actually, do you have a little divine regimen?
Yeah.
Nicola has left you some morphine.
Yeah, it's not divine regimen. It's the breathing.
The other one, pure breath technique.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. I feel it's very apt for Konrad, user of the the pure breath technique, to tell someone breathe. It's important.
Just breathe.
I can't believe Konrad's telling you to forget everything except breathing and fine dining.
You have to remember, man, you were breathing.
I'm just imagining she wouldn't have a clipboard because that's not invented yet. I don't know what else your is, but I imagine that on email is there, and she's got a sheaf of papers for you to look over to, and she has taken Konrad's note, and just occasionally, whenever you're having a problem, she takes a minute to just just hand it to you again and remind you.
I just think this is a joke of like Leslok is like putting down like different numerical system marks in the corner of the note of being like, okay, right, it's 8th time I've looked at this. Put the
he just
let's put the wing. Let's put like wing for 8 here instead of Overfolk.
We really is gonna get that aneurysm. All right, but the first to arrive will be the High King's train.
I will beat it. I will beat the
just
aneurysm
before lunchtime. been traveling up from the Norport for a couple of days now. And it's going to be a big train. It's going to be visible from a long way off. You will probably have lookouts and criers, declaring it, minutes, if not hours, before it gets there. And, like we've already said, there are all kinds of runners. This is if you're a street urchin in Stonehearth, this is your number one employment today. Is you're a message runner. Someone stuffs a handful of pen marks in your hands and hands you a note. So like. Inos, you are receiving, runners constantly. Leslok is receiving runners, possibly from Inos.
Here you go, Timaeus.
The lamplighters are taking, runners who are like they're basically their pages and apprentices running back and forth, so Logesh and even Konrad are informed of these sorts of things going on, and so you get the big whole thing is going. It's a large train, multiple carriages, cavalrymen, etc. At the front is the Lord Marshal, Grand Duke Russell, accompanied by trumpeters. He's astride a horse and is flying a great series of banners for House Hotroy and House Peteroy, the symbol of the dragon and the wyvern below it, and sigils for all the many companies of blood shields. Their various chivalric emblems. The Grand Duke, the Lord Marshal, is, I almost said the Grand Marshal. That's not correct. He is wearing a, ceremonial, like, cavalry helm, probably, like, bronze or brass filigree with, like, big golden dragon wings on it kind of a thing. Big ceremonial breastplate, riding cloak, jacket underneath of deep sanguine. His chest bristles with medals and ribbons, from both the blood shields and the crown constables.
Ooh.
And he's riding ahead with trumpeters who are, of course, the whole way. Their only job. They only get to do this, like a couple of times a year. But immediately behind his block of guys, is as the King's Cavalier, Duchess Cheval, surrounded by even more blood shields and constables, wearing, finely embroidered coat and cloak, many, many more ribbons and medals. Oodles and oodles of ribbons and medals, got fine, bronze trim on her cloak, feathered cap, riding cap.
Feathered hat?
Yes, the hat is feathered. Besides her, several lancers and horse groomsmen, walk on foot, ready to handle all the vast amounts of horses. Crunk, 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 crunk. Horse hoofbeats, carriage wheels, trumpets, marching boots. And then, of course, there is the royal procession itself. At the very front, the two princes ride in tandem, flanked by their respective blobs of blood shields. Aelius, as the crown prince, is wearing a slightly larger circlet of gold, ceremonial breastplate, cloak with gold tinsel and trim, crisp white cloak with sanguine accents astride a red sorrel-colored horse. The Prince Mena seems to have arranged things to contrast with his brother. He is astride a white horse, slightly smaller silver circlet, and, the sanguine accents are a little smaller on his cloak, but he's got silver thread. His long, hair, which is kind of like storm cloud gray, trails behind him dramatically in the wind. Of course, there's dramatic wind. The High King's carriage comes pulled by half a dozen white horses, sturdy panels and colorings, which is covered in accents of gold, brass, and dragon bone. That's right, not regular ivory, dragon bone. There is a full squad of liveried coachmen on top with pole arms, halberds and partisans and carbines, which have, of course, fancy engravings, which offer no tactical advantage whatsoever. More blood shields, both on foot and horseback trail. The carriage is designed to be able to like open up, slide some windows so the High King can be visible and, wave to the crowd while still being safely seated inside.
Mm-hmm.
So when he actually clears the city gates of Stonehearth, they do, open up that part of the carriage so he can be seen by the crowd who are being, held back by city guard, as we said. So he appears in, high regalia, full crown, white fur-trimmed silk cloak, sanguine, white lining, various big accessories, big stonking brooches and medals and ribbons on ribbons. The High Queen is similarly with him. She's got, a appropriate queenly crown, similarly fur-trimmed, et cetera, less on the medals and ribbons, but still, covered in all manner of jewelry from all four, or possibly, more corners. How many corners does Troy Crone have? I don't know. Lots. But all corners. Behind that one is the carriage of the Princess the Third. Slightly less detailed, but still with glimmering panels, with mother of pearl and ivory inlay, rich sanguine colored padding. She has slightly fewer horses and coachmen, but is still covered in blood shields.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere. So many blood shields. I think each company sent like a dozen guys.
Yeah.
Behind her is the fifth princess, Nerissa's coterie. She has elected to not use a carriage. She is riding her gray horse Ulysses, dressed in a costume that's more heavily scarlet than white, but still has many white, bone white pipings. Heavy use of mother of pearl and dragon bone inlay. Extra accents in the cloak, the riding coat, the buttons are all enameled dragon bone kind
I
of
have
thing.
an important question.
Yes.
Are any of them wielding a bow?
No.
Because if they are, I have to shoot them.
No.
Okay.
We don't have a lot of horse archers. Prominently displayed in Nerissa's, hair is of course the dragon pin.
Yeah.
Accompanying her is Dame Rosenrot and her squire Marvena, who is carrying her banner. Actually, no, it's wrong grammar. Carrying her personal banner, wearing a freshly tailored blood shield uniform, deep sanguine with bone white accents, is hometown hero Aren Logi.
Yay.
He's still gonna be mad we're having all these adventures while he's been stuck training.
He might be a little miffed, but the benefits are occurring to him now as he gets to ride into his hometown, and the parade's not for him, but he's in it.
I'd wave to him.
Behind Nerissa is her mother's carriage, several more ranks of knights, royal servants, various footmen, ladies in waiting. In that carriage also has Lady Remedius as the royal physician. And so, all of that comes through. We're going to be doing this a lot, so we don't need to hit up the detail about it. But, Leslok, I'm sure you'll be ready to receive, first the Lord Marshal, who, announces His Majesty, the High King, Roderick Hotroy, Sun King, ruler of Troycaron, defender of the Covenant, and keeps going.
Does not stop.
Runs through the whole thing.
I don't remember what I would. When there's moments to say things, I think Leslok probably has worked this over multiple times. Point.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. You would know the protocol. Actually, I forget.
Hours, we're not fucking.
Did you reduce your points and graces to end up with a master die?
Yeah, it's 1+ master. So now I obviously have 4+
yeah.
master.
So you're pretty solid in terms of at no point would you take a penalty to your graces in this operation. So you have a very strong ability to run through all of this. So you greet the Lord Marshal, who announces the king, and the rest of them, like Lady Cheval, Dutch Cheval is obviously announced, but she is announced as the king's cavalier, and like so she rides up, dismounts first, opens the carriage, makes sure that everybody gets out. We begin the great big royal greeting line. Much bows, curtsies, handshakes, etc.
Does Inos do the introductions and reading out of titles and stuff as the Master of Ceremonies? Or is that done by someone else?
You would probably do that overall. The Lord Marshal's job is specifically to do that for the High King.
Ah, okay.
Like he that's why he's in front of the procession, is because that's one of the Lord Marshal's duty, is to do all this announcing and stuff.
Okay.
And you guys would obviously know this very well, because that means Leofric had to do this for about 5 years. You as the Master of Ceremonies, Inos, would probably speak first before even Leslok speaks, and be like, "Yes, Marquess Leslok Logi, blah 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 blah."
Okay.
Receives.
Okay.
And start going down the line.
It
It will be your job to start announcing people with the follow-up processions, which are coming shortly, because the House Cheval procession is basically immediately behind the High King. But I'm giving you guys some space.
Here are some fish drops for your throat.
Oh God, when was the lozenge invented?
Oh, we probably got like honeyed fruits and stuff.
Lozenge was not invented till like the 1800s, but there definitely is like honey and stuff for actors back then.
But Inos does have perform theater, so he has ability to. It's not orator, but he can project and
Well,
protect
also
his voice.
you have the I forget, is it Courtesan's Grace, Courtesan's Great Appeal? You have the thing which lets you substitute your Grace's role for your perform. So
yes.
yeah, like you do everything very theatrically. So yes, and everybody pulls up, lines up.
You're also level 3 sexy, remember?
Yes, but unfortunately, well, I don't forget that, but I don't think that's important right now.
That's what Fascinate rolls. I think Fascinate and...
It covers a multitude, but yes, not right now. But yeah, so, everybody runs through. Like I said, the princes are on horses. They somehow manage to dismount simultaneously. Maybe Prince Menace delays himself, just so he's like 1 microsecond behind his older brother. Everybody's walking up perfectly. I
would wave to both of them.
I think I would do it. Yes. Probably Nerissa would set up a system to telegraph that, despite the fact that she does not need any help getting off the horse, that like Leslok is there to take her hand as she dismounts, kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I imagine the thing is like she holds out her hand and just meets the Marquess' eyes directly.
Yeah.
Come on.
Behind her, Sharon leans over with the banner and just like he's like, "Come on, bro, you gotta trust me, brother. We practiced this all the way here.
Trust me, bro."
We're fine. Moving on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, the aneurysm is gonna show up when someone just be like, "You gotta do it, man."
Listen, I got a letter where she's calling you her darling Marquess. You got a winner, buddy.
Listen, we've talked about this. They were. It was mostly through text, but they were courting for like 3 years. During the time skip. Like Nerissa likes Leslok, but also we have established Nerissa has a forceful personality all her own, because
and Leslok
it's funny how this works out. But you'll notice that the 3 immediately royal children kind of have their own personality quirks, kind of formed around that. As Nerissa would have to run through quite a lot of succession before she's in charge of the entire country, she has a lot more dynamic and free demeanor. She's allowed to be herself a lot more.
Yeah.
So she knows what she's about.
Also, just to make this clear, I guess for listeners, Leslok never sees this as a line to the. It's like this is a line to the king, but it's not about actually like going up.
It's a dynastic marriage. It's important. I mean, it's also the kind of thing where, like, even if, to specify for everybody here, if you're thinking any weird thoughts, even if you did obliterate all 4 people in front of Nerissa to get the throne, which also you won't do because you like those people.
Yeah, and the king is
Leslok
going to
would
get
not
obliterated
become
on
the
his
king.
own.
He would become,
so he doesn't have to.
the prince consort. So, like, it would be his kids who would inherit the whole kingdom. And
Listen,
would
it'll be
also
like,
probably
listen,
have
the
a
king
lot
will
of
die, and
things.
there'll be the Prince's War, and then we'll worry about that.
I just know. I know no one's going to say anything. I know no one's going to say anything. There's this giant red flag hanging over the king right now, and am I the only one who can see this?
No, it's just like I'm worried about other things right now.
So, also, I'm sure, as I said before, actually, I'm sure I should say that Inos is there as the third princess's carriage is unloaded.
Mm-hmm. Yes, no, Inos would slide on in to help Princess Estelle down. It's like he can
Go ahead and roll your version of graces for me real quick. Just so as not to make the wrong kind of scene. I was going to say not to make a scene, but I forgot I'm talking about Inos.
Holy shit.
Jesus!
You're masterful.
Okay.
He makes a scene, but he makes a scene affectionately.
Can we also talk how my total is 69? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
Add
cool,
up to
that's
69. You've got 2 8s, 4 10s. So, like, you go to, to make sure the carriage is open and get out there. The whole thing go through. I should note, despite being her cavalier, Paloma is not up with her. She's
that's
back
in
with
her.
the Espada line, who are down the line doing a family thing. So it's more of her more generic third company blood shields. Who, as faceless red shirt NPCs, acknowledge Enos's presence, but don't really stick too much about it. But I just imagine that, like, there's a perfect little, like, it wouldn't really be a meet cute since you've already met, but it's definitely that kind of a thing. Like, maybe her, delicate shoe slips on the carriage, and you have to, like, very briefly, catch her and set her on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere, some baskets full of, like, flower garlands for, like, the festival are sitting on, like, the ramparts over Stonehearth and just mysteriously get blown over in the wind and, like, water fall down on you. Somewhere Aesilfur, chuckles to herself. Sort of a thing. Like, so, like, 4 10s, man. Perfect notes. And then, that moment of tension is completely distracted because, running through the city.
Oh no.
Oh, Omega's breaking up.
Yeah, it's because I strained the mic cord. Is it fine? Okay,
It's fine
it's
now.
back. It was a very brief interruption. Is Audacity still recording? Yeah, okay. So it just got wiggled a little loose. Sorry, I'm gesturing a lot for, like, expansively. I have to be careful not to catch the mic cable. I'll keep that in mind. Let me move this slightly so it hangs a little better. There we go. Okay. Yeah, princess. Yeah, that's everybody in there. So next coming up the lane is House Cheval's formal procession. Again, almost entirely on horseback, interspersed with various knights and couriers and the like. At the front, carrying the house's banners, is Agave Cheval, dressed in house colors, accents of her various orders and service. So, she's wearing the appropriate, dark, purple kind of wine-colored, riding cloak with more of a brassy or bronzy, color underneath. Hair up under a riding cap kind of a thing. Riding basically beside and behind her is her younger brother, Ecther, who you know, and as Duchess Cheval also brought along her younger sister. Here is Cheval. That is young lady. How's this document for now? I don't need to be looking at spells and shit right now.
Spells and shit.
It's for later. But where is Cheval? Okay. Her daughter Ekna Cheval, daughter of House Cheval, Squire of the Columns, age 15. Also, Duchess Cheval brought her sister, I believe, as pitched to you guys, because she is the Grasssea's Minister of Finance. And where did I got it right here. It's Lady Cheval's sister, Jovig, head chart of the Writers' Trade Company, Grasssea's Minister of Finance. I'm pretty sure, have we... well, they're not on the list, so maybe we didn't see them before. Actually, hold on. I probably should have double-checked my... I should have cross-referenced my NPC lists more. Because I thought I had everybody up to date. But, you know, we can put them in on the front end of the Dramatis and put them on the back. Behind the actual Cheval party, I should say, is the heads of House Roche and Torrand. That's Sixton Roche and Islet Torrand. House Roche, you know before. That's Sigil of the Door of the Stones. You've met the heir before. I'm trying to remember what their heraldry was. Portcullis. Okay. House Roche, known as the Rock. They're the ones who have the territory in Medius. So, Lord Roche, head of Roche, Lord of the Last Stop is their keep, and he probably has some other stuff, but it's his daughter Irene, who you guys have met before. And then House Torrand is Sigil of the Hind.
The Hind?
Which you know. The deer.
Oh dear.
God damn it.
Dearman.
You deserve it. Did I not? Well, it's called the Hind's Wood, but I thought I jotted down the name of their holding, but... And you've also, again, seen the heir to that house before, though I don't think you spoke to him much, because he's currently, Dren Tarand, he's currently 16, so that would be not inside your circles.
Nay.
Right.
But you know he exists. And to remind everybody about those houses, again, because it's been a while, I said it before, but House Roche is the remnants of banner houses to Malleus. So they control the fringes of the Medius Mountains that have gone to House Cheval. Tarand is a house from the heartland of the Grass Sea, from their very limited patches of actual forests in the central and southern areas. The Hind's Wood, it's called. So they have the stag as a heraldic animal. They are actually associated with a few monastic orders dedicated to Sylvanas.
Okay.
And do a lot of lumber and hunting in the grass. Known for polearms as well. And not just the lance. So let me jump back from my own notes about houses back to the list. And then... Yes, and a handful of accompanying writers. Those two houses do not pack any either of their heirs, though, even though you know them.
Okay.
So that run of introductions is done. And like I said, some of these people are new. Bringing up the quote-unquote rear is then the Espada party. Also, again, still kind of doing, a mix of horsemen and carriages. So Marquess Stranton's in the lead, pale blue coat, uniform formations, variety of rubies and turquoise gems, many medals and ribbons, so many medals and ribbons.
Oh boy.
Immediately behind him is the run of his children and heirs. You've got Rodrigo, Ainara, Paloma. Much less flashy. All of them, though obviously Paloma Espada has the markings of like a blood shield coat over her house colors. None of the three of them are as decked out in extra ribbons, medals, and jewelry as Father is. They are not quite as blinged out, though of course they are wearing very fine, very high quality clothing. Sorry, it's just one of those funny things where like I wrote these two sections at different parts, and I'm like, I think I wrote this that like I would list you guys the guest list and then do the performance, but then also I wrote the guest list like it was to me, like it was an internal note. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, so at some point I think I changed my mind about how this setup works.
We're just gonna be they're all here and you have to find them.
I mean, I got all the stuff. So actually no, I will leave that as a fact later. For banners, Lord Espada has only brought House Uliet, the House of the Carnation. Actually, those I definitely know. I jot those down in my Dramatis 2 copy over. So it's the Lady Akika Uliet. Oh, she is already in the Dramatis. Okay, yeah. So you've heard of her. I don't think you've met her before. I'm pretty sure. Yes, that's correct, because she's not even on the Dramatis. You have not met her heir, her daughter. Actually, I don't know. I should double check. Yes, Lady of Campo de Flores. Her heir is Remia Uliet, and is on there as well. They are riding in a carriage along with Lord Espada's wife, Aramita. So that is a carriage, like I said, that comes after. Sorry, I just realized I wrote this down as the lead Espadas are supposed to be flanked by his members of his lightning guard on horseback and foot. I typoed that and wrote on horseback and food. I don't know, I didn't catch that before.
Horseback.
But yeah, so there are members of the lightning guard. So they're finely uniformed guys who are not only carrying like rapiers, but also muskets with bayonets, kind of a thing. Show of force. The Espada carriage, has the ladies Aramita, Akika, etc. Lighter in construction than the royal one, but clearly like designed for maybe rougher roads. It's designed for traveling throughout the southern reaches of Celticy. Glimmers in seal and burgundy paneling.
How fares you and his cats
day? As we enter, the Hursten keep, the citadel. I'm trying to say that as Kittadel for some reason. But you run through the introductions to Cheval and Espada. They're pretty close together. The cool note about
I heard the meowing of cats.
Paloma Espada.
Meet them.
You will see for the first time she is wearing a rapier at her hip as well, but she seems to have replaced the position of her parrying dagger with she is wearing a set of adamantine knuckle knives. So she's got a Kestis gauntlet and then bladed knuckles on it.
Punch the sword.
Yes, a sword punch. And all three of these houses will be settling into Hursten's guest quarters. So probably some sort of
Cats are quite
informal
lovely
luncheon
and
at this
wise.
point.
How can you not be interested in them?
If you want to run around, catch up with
Fine
any of these people, the 8th delegation can pop up. Yeah, she didn't quite get to a sword that's unbreakable, but she did go out of her way to prep some special tools. Also, by the way, I should mention that this is after I've actually crunched Marquess Espada's stats. He did end up with enough ranks of the possession stat. He does carry a adamantine rapier, a side sword, and a parrying dagger.
Oh, he's got like 3-4 things that are special. Nice.
Yeah, so he has a fully adamantized sword and offhand dagger.
Have you been in solitude long?
But yes, Paloma
Is that
has
like a nervous
begun
sweat,
her-
or is
her
it like an
upgrading.
excited sweat?
No, it's a little nervous. He knows what's up.
Okay,
Call
now
name,
lost us.
call B.
Okay.
So
Can't disarm her
feel like-
hands.
Solitude long.
Yeah.
That's true.
True. How good your
Well, you
headbutt?
can't.
At the
would
very
you
least,
probably
thanks
get
to the
pressed.
rules you set up, you know that she can't use the knuckle knife in the actual tournament.
But in a true fight,
Because the adamant is ensorcelled, so it doesn't count.
Have you
Even if
made
it's mostly just so
any
she can do,
enlightenment or
offhand
discovery?
parries and guards.
are there like rule pamphlets for the tournament or something around here, like being given out, or is it like just an event?
I feel
I don't know
like
if you'd like spread out pamphlets, but you've got some codified rules that you probably would have them all written down for like review.
Probably on a wall somewhere.
Sorry,
Seems
I have
that
s-
you have found much in your solitude, along with the cats.
I have internal conflict about what I need to do here.
Mhm.
I know what I
You
need
know,
to
we're
do,
just
but I
having
don't know
informal
if I have
lunch.
the strength to do it.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be sitting with one of two people, and I feel like this is an exclusive
enough for you to
choice. That's fair. Well, I'm gonna be
It's an
catching up with one
informal
of two
luncheon.
people, and I feel like it's
What sort of small moments do you mean?
an exclusive choice here.
Yeah, probably the little two
Yeah.
icons are glowing.
Yeah, I think
I mean,
he'll
feel free for the rest of
understand.
you to pick about anything else you may be doing at
Yeah,
lunchtime.
I'll probably catch up because I did just recently have correspondence with him, so I feel
Those
like I need to
things
catch up
sound
with
like very
Menace
peaceful and
here.
profound moments.
Yeah, do the rare
As
option.
I feel the telltale points in the back of my head changing somehow. I can't tell how.
Yes, Menace
The
will
Narrans are living
offer
at
you
your
polite
The Narans are
conversation.
gonna be at your house, so you'll have time to talk to
he has
them.
some.
With you.
He will say that he has some more. Would love to catch up in private sometime later, like when we're not all busy with the various goings on.
Yes.
Because yes, I have notes for
I will sit in
NPC
silence
initiated
and enjoy the
scenes
company of cats.
sequences. Sequences. Haha. I did, by the way, note. I think I may have mentioned it before, but I will mention it
Also,
again. 'Cause
hold
it's
on,
quite
because she'll
convenient.
kick my ass if I don't. I'll also make it a point to greet and, say hi to Lady Remedios.
I don't know if she'd kick your ass, but
She would give me a
You make sure
disapproving.
to-
She would give me a disapproving look, which is worse.
fair, true, real and true. I should note here that I think I talked about it before, but to say as well, because I put it in my notes at this stage. While in the city proper, before actually entering the keep, the peoples, were out here throwing fistfuls of flour and grain at the parade and stuff. Lots of celebration. Some of these people have never seen the High King in person, so it's a great big celebration.
He does
And
exist.
well, Lucky is I was gonna say mutated, but that's like double bad.
No, I'm here. What's up?
Okay, I was gonna say because I was gonna actually give you guys a second to think about the luncheon because we're anybody you wanna hobnob with out of this party informally and pause for a break as well. So if you're present, we can take a pauser and come back.
Take a pause. I pause the recording. Meow.
All right, we're back in it. Luckily, we did take a break because I remembered a couple of things. While you guys are thinking about things, first of all, you probably would have mistaken her as just like a normal part of the Espada entourage approaching, but at some point, you guys are probably formally introduced to, with the Espada, called so calling the heir of House Espada, who is a renowned duelist, giving him a cavalier is a little like
Insulting.
unnecessary, a little excessive. He is accompanied this time by a second. Her name is Jansaya Sinkeda. Sinkeda is a cadet house of House Espada, sigil of the hand.
The
Is
hand.
his wife not?
He can now make a duel at any time. My second is now here.
No, Rodrigo, not Marquess.
Oh,
He's-
sorry.
Also, he doesn't need a cavalier. He brought a house guard, but he's fine.
Yeah.
No, Jinsaya Sinkeda is Rodrigo's second. So she's, average height, sharp but kind of unassuming features, dusky skin, dark hair, dark eyes, kind of dressed in relatively plain dark red or dark blue. But she at least has like rapier, belt dagger, buckler, probably a couple of other knives around. But, mostly she seems to just kind of like stand just slightly off center behind Rodrigo. So, he has a second. And the funny part of that is then I say that the second thing is that, while preparing for luncheon and stuff, there's been a lot going on out there. Inos, you're rushing to and from your officing
Yes.
or something.
Or something.
Maybe you're running back while you're handing a bunch of papers out to your couriers so you can run back and get some food, sort of a thing. When a familiar voice kind of comes up behind you and says, "Ah, you there, Master Inos! Stand and deliver."
Oh God.
Inos is going to, turn around slowly and see who it is.
Please be the doorman.
I'm
Please be
just
the doorman.
messing with you. It's Brandon Drake.
Oh.
The look on your face, mate. Claps you on the shoulder.
Oh.
I will put away my gun.
Master Drake.
got one of those?
You will.
Master Drake. I'm
No, this is just a Glock I had.
Oh.
Sacred Glock.
They go back to case ammunition
The
cases.
only Glock.
The Gat.
You can make the whole antiquated Antonok, honestly. That'd be fun.
But
Anyway, yes.
Enos will break into a smile and be like, Master Drake. It's like, it is a surprise to see you here. I have to say, I did not know I'd be. Well, you've caught me.
Well, he
quite
kind of
surprised.
gestures to
Right.
himself, and you can see that in addition to his previous dueling costume, he is wearing the appropriate overcoat of the deep sanguine and white trim
Oh.
of the blood shields, and he's like, "Yes. Well, after our previous conversations," he kind of rubs the very slight but the new dueling scar on his cheek.
Mm-hmm.
I decided I needed to apply myself better. You can't just get the finest women in the realm by just wandering around stabbing random strangers.
Yes, that's liable to get you stabbed in turn.
Turn around.
Oh, quite, yes. Tug collar. Glances around, see if Moira's somewhere. Moira's probably busy leaning like a boss against a wall, eyeballing every single Espada guy who walks by.
Trip Drake, just for the fun of it.
It's like, well, I'm glad to see that you are making something in your new venture. What company do you belong to?
Well, that's the thing. I was decided to apply after they said they would be doing a drive for this 5th company business.
Oh.
So I'm to be assigned to the new 5th company. And you won't believe it, they even assigned me a squire to help out with. Though, unfortunately, due to his position, he slightly outranks me.
Oh, no.
Enos' eye narrows. Like, may I ask the name of your squire?
Oh, you know it very well. It is the young lad Huron himself.
Ow.
The
Enos just kind of just like this theatrical, surprise and lean back. Just, ugh.
Well, he's quite up and coming. Won't hardly need to be a squire much longer. I think he'll be an ensign first thing in the company. But, They told me, Sir Drake, look after the lad. He's so far from home, you know. Captain Rosenrod can't look after him all the time. She's busy following the 5th princess around. Make sure he can see the city, doesn't get in any trouble, you know?
Inos nods at that, but looks, turns a little serious. Little serious. How has the young Huron been? It's like his change in life was quite abrupt, and we have not been necessarily keeping up with him as well as we should. Is he doing well?
Drake kind of runs one of his gloves back through his fiery red hair and kind of says, "Well, I suppose. Well, he does that thing. You've seen him do it before with you, Inos, where he has that moment of realizing, because Brandon Drake is not a doofus. He's kind of was a cliche antagonist, but we liked him.
We do like him. I do like him.
So he gets to come back.
That's why I call him the bold.
It's like a fucking sitcom, heel face turn. He shows up for one episode as the villain of the week, and then he's like, "Surprise, it's me!" The audience claps.
I'm in season 3.
I'm trying to find, where's my Citizens of Crown? Yes, because I want to.
Just thinking of that guy from The Mandalorian.
I'm gonna update it. That's Gentleman Knight of the Blood Shields, 5th Company pending. But he kind of runs a hand through his hair and says, well, actually, I don't know when he exactly left home to be fostered here, but I'm sure you understand a little bit
Mom.
Of a young man's typical, loneliness, far from home. But honestly, he's, well, for his age, he's fairly competent with a sword. He's talented at all the various things I think a blood shield needs to do, hitting things with swords, not being hit with a sword, running, jumping, knows how to ride a horse. Knew how to ride a horse better than I did when I first started. But, he kind of, narrows his eyes in turn, rubs his chin again and says, I suppose that's not actually what you're asking. He gets on quite well, and there are a few other squires from all over Tricorone being picked to serve in the 5th Company. It's no secret that the intent is for the king to form the company and attach it to the princess either immediately before or immediately after her marriage to the Marquess. But, so most of the officers and knights being picked are being chosen from northern or otherwise neutral houses. But it does mean that there's a little bit of a, how should I say, cultural divide. There are, well, claps you on the shoulder again. Enos, you've already experienced how the social mores of men can be quite tricksy to navigate, even for those of us who are gentlemen by bearing an education. But every corner of the realm does have a slightly different idea of chivalry. You northerners are all about upfront honesty, stiff upper lip, steadfast in the face of adversity sort of thing. He kind of changes his posture to be kind of,
Don't die to the cold.
Very rigid, stoic, spine straight kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of, he would say damn the torpedoes, but that doesn't work because you're not at sea mines yet. But, it's sort of like, damn the spears, Russian,
damn the cannons.
face first sort of a thing. The boys from the southern island are more of a, fiery, I live and die by the blade. The soul is within my sword. They take slights very personally, old boy. Trust me, I've noticed. And there's certainly a little bit of a tension brewing. I don't think it'll be a major matter, but...
Enos is a little pensive about this, and then, looks to Drake. Master Drake, could I perhaps ask you a favor? If it does not...
Well, I suppose that you've kind of placed me in my position in a very roundabout way, so...
You gonna seduce me too?
That's all like, posh. Inos does wave that off. It's like, no, you repaid that early in your educating me of the matters of men. Please think nothing of that. This will just be something new. I'll be sure to, you know, look out for you in that way. But it's like, if something does start brewing around Huron or in the Blood Shields in general, could you be a fellow and maybe, you know, bring it to my ears? Just in case.
And he does the classic, you know, taps the side of his nose sort of a thing and says, don't you worry about it, Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you.
Always keep an ear out. That's a gentleman fencer's way. You never know when trouble's brewing.
Indeed.
And I have learned that there are some fights that are not worth having.
Inos chuckles slightly at that. It's like, excellent. I'll be sure to take you out for a drink. A drink or two. Don't be afraid to use my.
I was just thinking that would be a fine way to repay my friendship. To see what sort of places you have up here. You know, first time in Nolan.
Yes. Inos is going, you know, pull out his chrono though, and be like, ugh, I do hate to cut this short, but summer courts, master of ceremonies, dozens upon dozens of names to announce and people to see. But
Of course.
But it's all like, I will seek you out. I will seek you out in time, and we'll catch up a little bit more.
Gives you kind of a, you know, a very theatrical, you know, bow and salute, and goes off in his business.
Mm-hmm.
So, any of the rest of you have anything you want to run through at the luncheon time?
Probably lunch with Mother and Huron, if that can be arranged.
Oh yes. You know, it again. Brandon Drake pointed it out pretty pointedly, but you guys and the company of the Fifth, the not yet finished founded company of the Fifth, are pretty closely intertwined. So, like, you know, it would be very simple to, like, you know, you pop up to Huron. Huron is hanging out with the other, like, you know, 10 or so blood shields around Nerissa. Leslok is probably going to spend his you know, brief free time dining with her. So just, yeah, like, you know, either Nerissa or Dame Rosenroth Logi can, you know, formally dismiss him, and he can go about his business, and he'll join you. He will you know, it seems like at first, like, his table manners have suffered a little, but that's probably just that he's learned the squire's trick of eating, which is just, you know, eat fast before one of the senior knights comes along and gives you something to do. Hello, I need spears carried here. I need you to run them. You know, I mentioned before how you know, lots of young unemployed lads are running around as runners today. You know, that's what a lot of Blood Shield squires ended up doing. Hey, you there? I need a message run down, you know, from the palace to the old fort. You go.
And be quick about it.
Do we make sure we've gotten all of our whetstones? So, you know, he eats rapidly, but we'll recount most of, you know, his business. He's been very fine training. Did I give you guys his updated stats?
I know you mentioned them. I don't know if you actually posted them.
I will go ahead and fire them off.
Maybe we should have like a separate stats document or something.
I've thought about it. I might need to break out my own Dramatis separately as well. So I can think about giving you guys the block. But here is Huron as he is now.
Yeah,
he's been practicing. He's been lifting a lot. His command was already pretty good for his, you know, kind of position and training in life. But yeah, so yeah, he has been practicing.
No, he's
absolutely been drilling him in blocking a lot, as you can see by the fact that he's picked up Iron Parry and Superior Interception at this point.
He's now officially more swole than me. God damn it.
No, you cheated.
I didn't cheat for half of that.
Fair enough. But yeah, so he has been you know, practicing in the style of a cavalier and bodyguard. So he's been working it up, and he is properly switched to as his sidearm, the longsword. So he's up to 3 wonders and versatile grip.
I feel like I've seen this stat block before.
I might have posted it before, or I've posted Kieran's partial stats before already, and they would be very similar. Like I said, mostly I've done is we've tweaked up a few of his skills, added a couple. Like I'm pretty sure he didn't have the 2 in heal until I, set him on the bodyguard's path.
No, because I just remember, I think I saw him with lifting stance to leap the gale, because I think that made me go, huh.
Yeah, he's been hitting the athletics. Like I said, Drake joked about it, but if there was a formal course of training for a blood shield, your training is mostly like, here's how you put your sword before anything coming at your charge, the member of royal family you're there to protect. Here's how you hit the guy who just tried to hit the member of the royal family. Here's how you bull rush through a crowd to prevent your charge from being crushed by a mob.
Makes sense.
Basic first aid, lots of, like I said, he already probably had a couple points in parry and vigor and stuff, but he's been, working on his athletics, his endurance, etc.
Lads and lasses, today's drill is called Get Down, Mr. President.
Yeah, basically. I will say that I'm pretty sure his Fascinate was not this high. He has been, it's only been, like I said, like 4 or 5 months, but he has been attached to Brandon Drake, so he's starting to get a little bit of a city culturing on him.
How much lie did he pick up?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know if he started with this much lie.
He probably
He might have gotten 1 or 2 points out of it.
He definitely started with some lie.
Also probably Brandon Drake. Brandon Drake.
He was probably his graces were that high before. I'm pretty sure the Fascinate and the current level of lie are mostly his current batch of training.
So it picks up lie. You have to think
He
about
had the
it.
firearms, but he added the extra die from this.
Yeah, he did actually post his stats about a month ago.
A month ago.
Okay,
That's
been a
why.
while, but yeah.
Okay.
Okay, which is
Yeah.
a
So
long
yeah,
time.
we're catching up live.
Only difference is the old one listed his duty and mission and stuff, so. But not his craving.
No, I hit that double time.
Yep.
Logesh, you don't have lie, do you?
Traditions. His current mission is take the oath of the blood shield. So anything that leads him towards
Yeah.
blood shielding, you have to remember he gets a dice for.
Actually, hold on. Let me double check just in case.
I have
Also,
a
to
point
remind
in lie.
everybody, I actually forgot. I don't think I've said Kieran's physical description in a while. He's
I
an
have
angry
2
teenage
points in
lad.
lie.
He's still growing. He's got 2 points in lie. He's trying to learn. So Kieran's kind of pale. He's got a smattering of freckles, icy blue eyes, kind of close cropped platinum blonde hair. He is, like I said, fully dressing as a cavalier or duelist these days. Gloves, breeches, sword belt, cavalry boots. As he's not, fully blood shieldedify, his jacket is bone white in color. He, however, chooses to use silver accents and still wears a kind of like warm orange colored cloak over it. In addition to his longsword, he has added a single barrel but a flintlock pistol to his other hip. As kind of a wombulus combulus. All right. Anything else from our first block of these 3 families? Otherwise, spoilers. It's Oro's next.
Unfortunately, as much
fashion it
as
after the
Inos
game.
probably would like to spend some time with people, I just feel like in this initial time, he is just way too busy.
No, you know that we discussed this in the pause, but there's 4 more houses you got to get ready for.
No.
Well, all I'll say is I'll thank Drake for showing up because that made me remind. I should probably have lunch with mother and brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure things are good.
Yep.
Huron doesn't let anything slip. Probably mostly to Maja rather than to Konrad, but to both of you about any again, this weird northern-southern conflict brewing. Actually, honestly, not that weird. The House of Espada in particular has had a very strong presence in the military of Troikaro since the High Queen, the Queen is currently of their house.
What happens to be the most capable
Well, I
around most of the
think-
time?
I think Konrad has enough empathy that he might pick something up, but
The High Queen isn't
ask-
here, is she?
He'll ask
No, the Queen's
her and about it later.
Yeah, that's probably a moment. Yes, the Queen, the whole of the core royal family, High King, the Queen, all both princes, princess, everybody's packing.
Okay.
So we're all in.
So
All right.
what you're saying is this is the perfect opportunity for assassination.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to stop, bud. Maybe not specifically you, but you are also the court physician for the court here, so you should pitch in a little bit.
You're supposed to be the last line here.
Make sure
We
no
all know-
food is poisoned. Make sure your antidotes are in order.
Nicola definitely doesn't have any trauma about saving important people.
Well, you got vitae transfer just in case, but you might also need to vitae transfer all that damage to something like to a cow or something at the point.
You
Blast a horse.
can't do that. You
Transfer
vitae transfer into yourself.
He means vitae transfer it back out. It is not designed for you to be used as a middle point. But yes.
Yes, no, you can't.
You cannot create a circuit. You have to suck it to you or from you, and those are two separate castings. Anyway,
Yes.
where were we? Oro, House Oro. And trust me, buddies, you'll know House Oro's coming because he is showing up in a full array. He has trumpets, drummers, criers, musical instruments. He has a block of jugglers, sword dancers, and fire performers in front of him.
Holy shit.
Many colored banners, small handfuls of cavalrymen on light horses to lead the way. The Baron rides atop a very open style carriage. He is dressed in his finest silks of golden and dark blue hues, covered in jewelry, like rings, necklaces, bracelets, etc. He is indeed throwing fistfuls of coins into the crowd. Just shing shing. Aha! It's me, Baron Oro. With him on the carriage is, of course, his daughter Paz, dressed in similar finery. Colors in her hair, jewelry everywhere, finest silks. He is there with whom you have met, second lady Naya, and new to the team, the third lady of House Oro, wife number 3. That is the Baroness Sasia Oro, third lady of the house. She is a captain of the Blade Dancers, and she is very clearly equipped to bear as the Baron's Cavalier, despite being wife number 3. She's got 2 what would I say? Kith style falchion blades at her hip.
Mm-hmm.
So scimitar style swords. So they're in a carriage, waving to the crowd. Like I said, the Baron, is throwing cash, is immediately being very well liked. Ahead of their carriage is riding Lord Nictimo Rearmouse.
Yeah.
And his 2 children, Noctiluca and Vauclin.
Yeah.
They're all dressed in more relaxed, dark colors of kind of like navy blue, black, dark gray, etc. And so they've kind of formed a wedge at the front. Behind Baron Oro's carriage is the one for Lady Bijou, the Lady Magister, and her cavalier, Leoness. On horseback at the back is Lady Halamede Cowrie. Have Lady Cowrie in the list? No, don't think so.
Don't look like it.
So she's new to you. So let's drop her right here. Lady Halamede Cowrie, head of House Cowrie, lady of the Montconche, the Mountain of Conche, captain of the Harrier, retired from the King's Navy. Let me double check. Oh, and you also do not have Lord Emmett. He's new. You've met the heir of House Emmett, but you've not met Aram Emmett, head of House Emmett, Lord of the Horny Heel, Master of the Potter's Guild, Lord Commander of the Order of the Sickle.
God, the titles.
Why is it just? It feels like honestly,
Want
we have
more
so many people
titles.
there's like so many people we could honestly just do an over like the what? Sorry, the name of double check this. Or try the Ober Din, but it's just Trichrome people.
You could do all kinds of stuff, honestly. But you haven't met the head of House Emmett yet, so he's here. House Emmett is the sigil of the ant. So they are, builders, potters. They manage what's the word for it? Riverlands. So, mercantile pick. Not really making a big big military showing, but showing up with Lord Rearmouse. And Co is pretty much in there. Also, we did joke about them, but guess what? After the lords, there's waves of courtiers, merchants, artisans, and scholars, and it includes them, the 7 marriageable cousins.
Oh no!
Here.
Can I apply my
Shields.
glamour specifically to the 7 marriageable cousins?
If you do, no.
No, I mean hide me from them.
No, you cannot. You cannot target just them, so they
Okay,
can't
fair
see.
enough.
Well, I mean, I guess you could do the structure type, so you could just make an invisible, like a wall of invisibility, but you'd have to be constantly repositioning it into their sight line. It would tire you out real fast, bud.
These blood shields, like please disseminate them to like other parts of the gathering.
But
why?
he,
You don't got
rides
anything
up
to
to the
worry about.
Citadel to perform introductions and appearances.
Yeah, he
and
does.
Then, I was gonna say he will take his leave to the largest and classiest inn in Stonehearth, the Old with an E Lantern Pub, and he has blocked out that entire inn.
Yep.
These innkeepers are so happy.
I will do the most socially acceptable equivalent to running up and giving Paz a hug that there is, because I haven't
Probably,
seen her in like 6 months.
Hand gesture, bow,
Secret handshake,
handshake.
secret alchemy handshake. Why is your handshake involving throwing grenades at each other?
It's a juggling test, obviously.
Yes,
So,
have
Anyone
yes,
who's ever been, he
juggling.
knows how to defuse it.
Paz, runs through the gathering as well. Like I said, lots of hand gestures of respect. Bows, salutes, a couple of things. Aurelia makes sure to specifically greet Paz because they have been corresponding. You've been working on the secret Teen Girl Squad network.
Yep.
A really good
But yes,
secret
so he-
information network in her YA spin-off novels.
So he will withdraw. Arriving behind Baron Oro, having been traveling swiftly up the coast. A little less pomp and circumstances, House Marin. Arriving in a carriage, light but still pretty sturdy. Kind of like an island flare on it, like sea green tinting, sturdy timbers, very carefully made accents in verdigreed, copper, and bronze. So, like, deliberately letting the metal patina to get kind of that blue-green color. Inside, you'll see it when she steps out later, is the Lady Admiral herself. She is wearing the crisp whites of Admiralty with blue, green, and scarlet accents. This includes big Admiral hat and big weather cloak.
I'm in charge because I have the largest hat.
Yes, she does have the biggest hat. She is, of course, wearing her finely detailed double-barreled flintlock and, a cutlass or saber. With her in the coach that steps out is, as noted, younger daughter Alarion. She's dressed more normally in house colors. A, cotton and velvet kind of like sailing dress, in sea green colors. A light pink, like coralish pink and white, scarf or shawl over the shoulders. You do note, though, that she's not afraid to also, just like dear Maman, carry a pistol and a sword in her belt. she also has additional details, which I've mentioned before, but she's wearing her bevy of, various beaded and bejeweled necklaces and wristbands and stuff with, little shells and feathers hanging from them because she is a wind witchery. With the Marin house is also Camaria Celeste, who you have been vaguely introduced to before. This serves as Alarion's cavalier. She's from a branch house. I think their sigil is an ore. Camaria is, dressed in the normal clothes of a cavalier, like reinforced and studded, jackets, doublets, kind of a thing, breeches, boots. Something that will not get in your way if you do a sword fight. Her style is she has two sabers in her belt. And then in a second carriage is Lady Sapir Corbe, and newly introduced to you, though Inos has spoken to him via letter.
Yes.
His house is Daria Korb. That will go just under his wife. Daria Korb, Magister of the Order of the Navigator, head of the Circle of Notus. He's, like hair taller than his wife, kind of again, tanned island skin, dark hair, which has a, slight mysterious windswept look to it. It's one of the rules. If you're a wind witch, your hair is always mysteriously windswept.
It's a stylistic choice. So if we had a picture, it makes it easier to identify you.
They're all dressed. Oh, and I'm getting ahead of myself in the notes. Also, their son, Niles, an adept of the Order of the Navigator.
Okay.
They're all dressed in, the clothing you'd expect from people who just traveled up from the East. Not super heavy, but durable. Cottons, some silks if you're getting more expensive, or some of them kind of like fabrics that breathe that sweet salt air. And we will run through the wave of introductions before. No, Lady Marin will, of course, maintain her base level of politeness. She will not, insist, but she will, stand around with arms folded and look with her one good eye. So remind you, she acquired an eye patch after the time skip at Nicola to, be ready to receive them and relocate to the manor where they will dump all their stuff.
Yes. 100%. I would have corresponded with this ahead of time. Do they have, did they bring, because I know we did when we went to the capital, did they bring house servant staff?
Attendants. Yes, they have a few. They have a
Okay.
small number of attendants.
Regardless, I still would have borrowed a couple from Lady Maja, and obviously Olympia will be helping with coordinating, but I will have everything prepared.
You can take on extra house staff, but yes, the Marin delegation, not all of whom will probably be staying with Nicola. The nobles will, but there's a few other. They have several quite a few Marin sea captains have, kind of just drifted towards your coast, so that will filter through to Stonehearth in the center with handfuls of House Marin, sponsored merchants. And because, not intentionally, but Inos has kind of accidentally turned this into a slight mystical magical meeting, there are a couple of extra wind witches and monastics running around.
Oh.
I also did want to point out that the person that is in charge of the kitchens and culinary staffing for the house, as long as they're there, is Nicola, because I am putting my goddamn cooking skill to use.
Nicola's going to be ready to run the kitchen. Got it. But yeah, no, there's a couple of extra of wind witches around at the crew, because like I said, you asked for some collabing on knowledge about, how the wind witches do their business and talk to the Mer, who they learned wind witchery from. So it's like, hey guys, and so they brought some extras.
I have to go out to Lorelei Rock without them, maybe.
That was actually the plan.
I know. But they're House Baron.
Down. Where is... No, that's too far up. We're back. So Oro is bringing around... Oh, I forgot to mention him in the projection, but probably because he would be kind of out of sight. Paz has brought her attendant, the Desert Kith Ramil. He's back.
Yep.
He back.
The cat's back.
Actually, I think I described him before. He's a jackal boy. He has ears and tail like a desert hound.
I don't remember that detail, but okay.
I'll throw it out there, and it is in the notes. If I didn't mention it before, that's what we were going for. Also, just so to catch up on a notation here, so everybody knows, Lady Cowrie, Halamede, which is a very fancy way of saying saltwater. It's the Hallie in there. That is the Baroness Naya, the second lady of House Oro's older sister.
Okay.
Lord Aram Emmett has brought his son Miltius, to make sure he's mentioned. And the Baron's entourage similarly is huge. There's the married cousins also, but just like fucking bursting with merchants, artisans, craftspeople, and more. And the Lady Magister has also brought an additional entourage of extra scholars and alchemists. Some of which is to manage, as mentioned before. You asked the Baron, "Hey, we're going to be hanging at Summer Court. Can we secure some fireworks?" And he's like, "Do not worry, my friends. Your line of credit is very big line of credit."
We do have a big line of credit.
So, hey, Inos, you eventually walk by your office sometime, and there's just, as freebies, there's just a couple pallets of fireworks.
Sick.
With a note signed by Baron Oro. "Ah, my friend, I have brought you some of my extras, some of my spares that I could not fit into my rooms at the inn. Please hold on to these and use them as you see fit. I have many more fine works."
Time for the time. I just did a panicking sequence.
Just like fucking... You don't know how Baron Oro signs his name with the twinkle in his smile, but it's there. How does he do that?
Sorcery. It's a fucking lost Oro sorcery. The soul signature.
That's how it
Alright.
is. Yeah.
And based on reports, runners, that it sounds like because they are closer and have a shorter jump, House Verity is probably going to be arriving closer to the evening, shortly before dinner time.
Okay.
Which, again, will probably not be a big formal affair because you guys have tried to enter an air of, relaxation, being chill. And I know all of you know nothing sucks more than fucking bundling your ass somewhere and then immediately, even though there's no jet lag, but jet lagged, have to go to a function right away.
Yeah.
Like, definitely they have not unpacked all the trunks and shit,
Mm-hmm.
So we wanna avoid that problem. So House Verity should arrive shortly before dinner. So you guys have a couple of hours free in the afternoon, if there was anything in particular you guys did want to catch up upon.
Well,
You're saying we're taking dinner in houses? Like there's no formal dinner?
It would be informal. You would probably all bundle together just because that would be the first time everybody would be there. But
Gotcha. Okay.
like I said, I don't think we actually
I
planned
forgot.
for like a
Freddy
big
has
ass.
to trail in. That's right.
We
It's
have
still a festival.
And House Freddy are all dead.
Sorry, Lucky. Go ahead.
I'm about to say it's like I don't think we planned for like a big dinner because again, like Omega said, we're not. Everyone's just arriving. No one's settled. We don't want everyone to put their stuff down and immediately have to try to figure out what wardrobe their fucking dining clothes are in. That's a fucking hassle. So,
I will use this chance to catch up and make sure.
But what I was going to say is it is still a festival day, so stuff could still be going on.
No, stuff is
Out and
probably
about,
going
yeah, you
on,
can get
just
some
not
information.
officially.
Yeah.
I will say I forgot to add them because they're in there. But yes, actually, next you have to do with House Ferretti. They're a little behind Baron Ora and Baron Marin because they're coming up through. Because as someone will probably mutter to themselves somewhere, just because I want to get the line out, they couldn't exactly overtake Baron Oro on the roads. So to remind everybody, Count Ferretti has stayed behind in Lampclair, along with the royal royal chaplain to manage the king's house while he's away. It's very prestigious, but also means that he's not here. As his representative comes up to be his younger brother, Lord Frederick Ferretti, Lord of the Ironwood Keep, Captain of the Glintwood Knights. Appears aside a horse, very wonderful, deep forest green suit and cloak, floral pink accents, many silks, extra gems, couple of live flowers in his ensemble. And with him is some people you know about and some that you don't. Lady Iva Laurel, head of House Laurel, who was part of Lord Palak's. She was the one Lord Palak engaged with to get your little trade agreement on with Ferretti.
Nice.
So she has showed up, but also first time appearing for House Ferretti is. Oh shoot, did we not? Sorry, I'm realizing I thought I caught up on everybody. I would have caught up earlier, but let me jot down then this guy. Where would that go? We'll put it here. It does. Would it just be? Sorry, I'm world building rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check my notes. On House Woodwoes, actually, by the way, is what we're working on here.
Sorry for stepping away.
Okay, yes. So we would do it like this. Don't you just hate when you're trying to paste something over something you've highlighted and you accidentally copy again? So you just paste.
Yes.
Fat finger the paste of what you already just copied.
That is, in fact,
That's
the worst.
paste. How old is Konrad? He's 20, so probably say it. So, in addition to Lady Laurel, who you've met, you are also introduced to Vernon Woodwoes, head of House Woodwoes, father of Codron. The senior Lord Woodwoes, by the way, is Lord Frederick is, similar in build to his brother, tall, sturdy, a little more muscled than the Count, sort of a thing. Well trimmed beard, neck length brown hair, which he pulls back in a small tail or bun. Kind of gray flecked green eyes. Dressed very very knightly and administratively. Lord Woodwoes is a big boy.
Big.
He is quite tall, over 6 feet. Big, long, beard, probably down to his sternum. Very well, combed and groomed, but big, long brown beard, dark brown, wild hair. Probably big, burly cloak, arms the size of tree trunks type guy. And it's just, goes about.
Now I know where Kodrick gets it.
Yeah. Goes about with a big old staff. And yes, Codron is kind of similar. He's, brown eyes, brown hair, neck length, kind of a little wild, a little bit of a loose beard. Cauldron's wearing kind of like medium leather armor now. His dad just has like a heavy wooden walking stick. I can actually, because he also has some stats for this. Cauldron is into the polearm department, though he does wear a sword in his belt. He's carrying a lucerne hammer.
Ooh.
Because
that is a new one.
That's sufficiently big and burly, but also still pretty suited for woodland fighting. You got a hammer to crack, you got a spear point to spear, and you've got a pretty.
Those things are cool.
It's that or the back to Corbin.
Yeah, but like
I also thought about some
hammers
like billhook spears and stuff, but no, we'll run back the lucerne hammer.
It also does have my favorite. I will say the lucerne hammer has my favorite actual name of all time, which I believe I'm just gonna paste it because I can't say it well, but it's the Fußstreckte hammer.
The German.
Technically Swiss.
Yeah, Germanic. So we've brought back Codron Woodrose is accompanying Egan Ferretti, who is here. He's dressed similarly to his uncle. So he's got his own dapper way cloak, hat, etc. Escorting him is not only Codron Woodrose, but it's also Yvette Forrest, the older of the two you met, the one who's not a Veiler. She's armed with her quarterstaff, cloak.
Nah, she my homie.
Hang out with the brother. And a new character. We've picked up a new one. Again.
Oh dear.
This
is it human?
Definitely wrote down her.
This is definitely a human. This is the totally human character.
Did we jot that way? No, okay. All right, so we get to put this in right here. You are...
I'm concerned I don't see him writing in House Freddy.
Oh, no. Don't worry, we're not there yet because I don't actually have this. I'm not copying it. So
okay.
Okay, so it's either Faye or another one of Baron Foretti's love children, or both.
That was the joke I was gonna make. Could be both. You don't know. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So I did not actually write her entry here, but that's because I basically wrote all of this. You are introduced to, as part of Egan's entourage. And yes, guess what? We're going down. Yeah, I already see one of you is already down here.
Yeah.
Lady Florimel Melibo, the Lady of Honey Words, Knights of the Chase, Court of Summer.
Yep. Figured as much.
So,
I was honestly
kind of average build.
I know this would have been a faux pas, but I was honestly half expecting the one lady's grandmother, or not grandmother, but fairy grandmother.
Godmother, yeah. No, Eglinton Ferretti is not here. But Lady Florimel, elf woman of average-ish, height for an elf. Very fine, features, lovely bow shape to the lips. Again, big bouncing, honey gold curls. Kind of like bright green eyes, pointed ears.
Sorry, just big bouncing golden hair.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Aren.
Yeah.
Well, I don't always like to state the quiet part out loud, but I would like to point out to everybody that at least like half, if not more, of the she knights you've met have ironic titles.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Florimel has been introduced as, freshly assigned attendant to Egan Ferretti, the Knight of the Chaste. She would actually, when introduced to you guys, would bring up, you may be familiar with her father, Saturine, the Knight of Friendship.
Oh, I remember it. He was cool. That crazy old guy, right?
Well, old for an elf, but yeah.
I remember him wearing like was he wearing a
The one
wig
who
and had
appeared in a
like
lightning bolt? The one who was the queen's attendant, right?
Don't know about a lightning bolt, but he's very fast.
I was thinking about the guy that showed up at our front door. We
no,
were
that's
very
right.
choice of our
Right.
words. Yeah.
But he had letters and stuff, yes. And when Nicola wrote that letter addressed to the queen, he was the one who popped in.
Oh my god, I should just say a thing of I'm deaf to silence. I can never hear the silent parts.
No, it's fair. It's like I said, I usually like to give you guys a chance to figure out stuff for yourselves, but you guys have been hanging out with elves long enough to know that, like,
Almost all of their names are
so
ironic.
basically, you guys don't. This is the part that's a question to you. You don't know why the Queen of the Fairies, the Elf Queen, does that. Why does she do that? Does she know it's
fucking
ironic and
funny.
think it's funny, or is she telling them, "Hey, I need you to fucking square up"?
It's one of the those are the only two options. It's either funny or it's a punishment. Those are the only two things.
So that mean that
Honestly,
she's like,
it's the Fairy Queen. She's
Okay.
doing both. She's
Okay,
doing
so it
both.
means
It's like
that
until you figure this
No,
out,
like
you're
you cut
just.
out, but I'm assuming.
Oh, am I cutting out? Shit, let me adjust my mic here. No, the Fairy Queen is going, you don't need to shape up, and until you do, you're going to be known by what you're worst at.
oh
So
god, does that mean
everybody knows.
Oh, yeah, so the Lady of Honeyed Words and Chase means you're very rude and presenting. Okay. I mean, a friendship, it means you're like very bad at actually having. Okay.
I don't know how many
Actually,
words.
you would say this, Sir Saturn, the Knight of Friendship. He seemed pretty solid at that. He was actually pretty friendly. I don't remember if I actually got to say this line, but one of the lines I did
For
think about
Krasia.
though was he would talk about being his quickness. He may have said it out loud or not. He was like, yeah, I haven't had a race with any mortals who are as fast as that one guy who could move 7 leagues in a single step. So Sir Saturn has been around for a while.
Yeah.
He's been the Knight of Friendship for a very long time, probably.
I
He
feel
may have
like
been
a
other
fucking
Escorts here. God. It'd be funny.
So,
if it's like,
so
how old
probably
are
for
you?
the
I guess
so probably for the first time in all these introductions, Konrad's graces slip, and he just glares at her even more so when she mentions who her father is.
I might elbow you. I don't think it'll do anything, but I might elbow you.
So I will say this. Since you are going out of your way to say that you slip, I'm
Yeah.
catch it. She absolutely catches it. And just biggest, sweetest smile in the world, deep bow, just like eye contact the whole time, and just like she totally gets that you slipped, and she gives exactly 0 fuck.
Okay.
Like, if anything, she seems even more tickled pink. Because maybe mischief is afoot.
Yeah.
Mischief is always a fucking afoot.
More face stuff. Great.
I'm right here.
Konrad does not say that though.
you don't count.
Well,
What does that mean?
His eyes may say it a whole lot, but
anyway, let's see.
Did you you're one of the good ones, me?
No. As in,
You kind of did.
I said you don't count for the problem parts.
he has his own brand. He has his own
I mean,
brand of trouble.
being like you don't. I
Hold
mean,
on, let me
that
take the trouble
still
back
is a
from
little
you.
close to you're one of the good ones. Like Nicola's like,
Let me
is
take
this
the
what
trouble back
his
from you.
grandfather or great grandfather
It's just grandfather.
crossover? Okay, grandfather. So yeah, like you're not that many generations removed. Even if it's not so closely involved in this shenanigans.
No, I did make it a point though. My ancestor was considered very prim and proper for a
Banshee?
fae.
Well, that's
Very
quite a few
morose.
different relations. So yes. So Sir Ferretti is, he runs through all this. And you find that Lord Ferretti is, though he does bring, by the way, a few merchants, artisans, and some yeomen men at arms as well. He is not so rude as to say it out loud, but again, you guys can clearly tell that he is a little annoyed that Baron Oro has already booked out an entire inn and will settle for rooming at the Black Branch, which is a slightly more rustic tavern in town. An inn. where several knights, merchants, and artisans are already out there. So, it is the afternoon. The rest of you are working on festival stuff. I would like, once again, to check in with Inos.
Oh.
You are Enosing it up.
Yep, that's me.
In your office. And you notice at the corner of your eyes, Inos, on your windowsill. I believe we've said that your office has a window.
Yes, it faces the inner courtyard where we often have outdoor activities.
Yes. So, on your windowsill, appearing to make no sound as to how it got there, despite the fact that it's wearing a bell. There is a large gray brindled cat.
A brindled
with
cat?
Big green eyes.
Oh.
Kind of sitting upon you catch it at the corner of your eye, sitting upon your sill.
Oh.
Kind of swishes its tail. You look over at the cat?
I look over at the cat.
Okay, the cat makes eye contact to you, kind of like, big yawn, reaches positions a little, reach one of their paws back, produces a pipe, puts it in its mouth.
Oh.
Good day, sir. I am Angelica de Feline, Chief Mouser of Her Majesty Queen of the Fairies.
I love this.
Inos is just kind of blinking rapidly, but composes himself and, will stand and bow respectively to the Chief Mouser.
She makes a pleased sound.
And so, Inos will briefly introduce himself and ask upon
yes,
her
I have come
business.
to tell you that Her Majesty, the first and the last, the Queen of the Fairies, shall be arriving shortly. Terribly sorry about the delay, old boy.
Panic! Is that aneurysm animation?
Yes.
So, there is just just a beat. Enos, masters himself. It's like, yes, thank you very much. Would you happen to have a estimate? He says this slightly strained.
By the way, once again, I would remind you, this cat is speaking Crownish and smoking a pipe.
That's
but
the
yes,
least distressing part of this whole thing.
Yeah.
she takes her pipe out and says, yes, well, I'm dreadfully sorry about the urgency, but she's very busy. It should be right about at your front gates, somehow bypassing the city wall entirely. By the way.
Enos is going to start sprinting.
I figured.
Well, there's something.
Clarion silvery call of trumpets at the front gates.
Enos is making sure no guards are freaking out. No instructing people to keep people away. He is in full damage control mode as he is going to try to make a favorable first impression on the Fairy Queen.
So this is before House Marn arrived, right?
No, this is before House Verity. Verity is the one who has it. This happens.
I thought you said Forty arrived after Oro.
No, Verity arrives after Oro, but Verity hasn't arrived yet.
But it wouldn't. Would they? So would Verity
we've already
before?
covered House Marn.
Yes,
okay,
Marn,
so am I even there?
Probably not.
By the way,
no,
you're probably at your manor right now, which is very funny. Let's see if you show up.
I'm probably
as you
somewhere
out. I think everybody except Konrad, I think, may have gone back out to the festival after lunch. I don't know. Logesh, you probably returned from the festival when the big parades of people. So I also don't know if you've left the Citadel again. That's up to you. I will say, since you hemmed and hawed about it but didn't say anything out loud, the Espada delegation is staying at the Citadel. So
Yes.
I make gestures at the air of comprehension. But I wanted to say, Inos, as you run out of there, Angelica de Feline again calls out, You're doing great, old boy.
Oh,
Chin up, lad.
It only gets worse from here.
You didn't stop to roll empathy on this cat, but Enos gets the impression that the cat understands that she's putting you on the spot there.
No, like, I'm not even upset, really. It's just
overwhelmed.
not even
Shocked.
shocked.
Startled. Bamboozled.
Startled. Bamboozled. I will feel other emotions later, but I will not have it be said that the Fairy Queen did not arrive to proper pomp and circumstance on my watch.
I'll say this. I'm a little surprised she came herself. I'm not surprised she added someone.
The Tacitus boundless bosom. What is happening?
Don't you be talking about Mike.
You'll get some info later on why.
Right,
but yes, at the front gates, your gatemen, Inos, the House Logi gatemen are, also similarly perplexed. They looked away for a second to have a side chat, and suddenly there's a whole fucking extra procession here. Once again, shouldn't they have come through the gates?
How did that happen?
Enos is going to snap at
the city.
Yep. Enos will snap at them to look sharp, stand at attention. You'll call for
they instantly slap to. They're fully in position.
I will
at your gates.
Yes.
Like I said, silvery trumpets and flute notes call. All of you in the Citadel can hear this, by the way, but you're probably just kind of like, huh, that's weird. So there is I literally phrased it as a mysterious carriage, a lightweight, smooth paneled, glimmering colored carriage pulled by a dozen white horses in unicorn barding. They're not literally unicorns, but they are wearing barding, so they have metagrease, silvery horns sticking out of their head plates and, draped in all extra finery.
I thought they could have been, too.
They could have been unicorns, but she didn't bust out the unicorns for this. There is astride black horses, big destriers, are a dozen she knights. You recognize them for their, glimmering dark metagrease mail and their green glass spear points. Forming a perfect, roof of spears. And so, Enos, you jog right up to the carriage, just in time for the door to open, and out of it steps a young
lady.
question mark?
I'm not gonna
elf man. Tall, willowy, relatively shortly pointed ears, not quite as big as some of the other Fae you've seen. He is wearing a full multi-piece suit that is almost completely white.
Wow.
Everything is white. His gloves are white. His boots are white. The only splash of color is he has a little pocket square that is black. And I mean coal black. His neckerchief or ascot, his scarf around his neck, black. And covering his eyes completely, what to you, Enos, would assume are completely opaque and unable to be seen out of are smoked spectacles. Ooh. His eye zone can't see at all.
Damn.
He steps out, hoists out a parasol, bows to you, sir, and says, good afternoon, sir. I'm good, Robin. Gracious valet to the Queen. I hope everything is in preparation.
I'm sorry, Enos is going a mile a minute in his mind. What preparations could this be?
I always wonder if the mouse
roll empathy. Roll sense with empathy.
Yes. I will roll. I'll do me some empathy rolls right here. Fucking full ass panic right now.
I feel stressed for you.
I mean, I don't actually. Mr. Man, go ahead and make me an eerie roll. 6s. Huh?
I will. Yes, I guess. I'm probably at the festival.
Guess what the preparations are.
What?
Go with the flow. Just play along.
Yes.
Be cool, homie.
All right.
Like the bit.
Inos is
Queen of
going
Fairies
to.
understands that she is showing up completely unannounced.
Okay.
The trick is to just play along.
All right. Then Inos is going to channel his maximum theaterness and be all like, "Yes, the preparations are prepared perfectly."
Ah, wonderful. Then, may I introduce, and you may need to jot this down. He lifts up the parasol high overhead so that it's shielding the sun from the door to the carriage. Which, by the way, Inos, you have dark vision. You can't see inside this carriage for some reason. You're just like it's a PS2 loading box. It's hidden in
Magic
there.
blackout curtains.
It's not that it's dark. It's that there is like nothing.
By the way, also, Inos, since you're looking, you notice that as good valet, good Sir Robin here, holds up this parasol, he holds it up so high that it basically hovers over his hand and kind of twirls in the air.
Ooh.
He needs to do this because he needs to get a lot of extra height, because he introduces the first and the last, ruler of all the fairies, mistress of the Celia and Unseri, queen of air and darkness, earth and light, mistress of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, commander of the wild hunt, lady of Alfheim, the queen of all the fairies. And that, by the way,
Twice.
is...
Okay, the ruler first, the queen of all fairies. Okay.
Yes. Ruler of all the fairies.
The one
Ruler
that
of the
stuck out
fairies,
to
queen
me
of-
is ruler of Alfheim.
Yep, that's what
Ruler
her
of
what her
Alfheim.
hall is called.
Okay,
The Hall of the Elves.
Elfhall.
not gonna think about implications.
When I heard Dallas say, "Oh right," I just pictured him throwing his hands up.
Out of the carriage steps a member of someone fairy adjacent. The reason why the parasol has to hover is because she's quite tall, Inos.
Shit.
You've already seen
Giant
that. You've been introduced to Lady White, who you're not sure exactly what her position is, but you know that she is one of the the she.
Mhm.
The Queen of the Fairies is easily 6.5 feet tall, and
Okay.
this is not in flats, barefoot.
Okay.
So she is very, very tall, very lithe, willowy for her height, statuesque in proportion. Her features are elegant, delicate, and sharp. Her ears are probably the pointiest you've ever seen on a fae. Like we're talking proper like anime, extendo ears here. Like
actual knives.
yeah, several inches long. Each ear has a delicate semicircle of hard silver that's metagrease earring hanging from them. Not quite crescent shapes, like I said, more like a half circle. Her long hair cascades all the way down to the floor in a single sheet, no errant strands. At first, you might say that it's snow white in color, but as it does catch a few errant rays of sunlight, it kind of, or as she just shifts her position, it kind of flickers through a myriad of colors. You see hints of gold, amaranth, pale green, copper, sky blue, and the like in there. Just little flickers and flicks of color. Also, hey, by the way, spoiler, she has beauty 3 too, but
Very dark kind of beauty.
Normal people can't even look at this scene without crying.
I'm surprised she doesn't have beauty
Yeah.
4.
Man,
well, unfortunately, the 5 point, the third tier of beauty takes you to 10s anyway. So
Yeah.
there's no room for wiggle room.
Forward make it apply to other social roles.
Maybe you don't know what her vast powers are. Her eyes are similarly opalescent in nature, like kind of pale in color, but again, as they catch the light or perhaps catch her mood in different ways, they could appear somewhere in the pale blue or green range, but might look silver or even flicker through multitudes of colors. She is wearing a relatively simple circlet crown of metagrease, but it is dotted with a cascade of live flowers of things like azalea, daisies, delphinums, morning glories, marigolds, etc. Inos, why don't you go ahead and make me an eerie roll? Also, by the way, how did 3x3s and how did
3x5.
5s?
I don't think
Inos
I'm
also
close
gets 3
enough.
5s.
I rolled almost a straight.
So definitely, by the way, now that she stepped out of the carriage, meanwhile, in the Citadel, Konrad and Leslok, you guys get a very distinct prickling on the back of your neck. But Inos, when you pass an eerie roll, first of all, you have sensed sorcerousness with your eerie before. You have sensed monsters with eerie before. You have even vaguely cottoned onto the sense of like ley lines, the dragon's vein and places of power. Enos, you've been in some very spooky places. Even recently, you've stood, in the Corbwood next to Naneth Nimloth.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that
Enos,
thing,
you've never met a person-shaped ley line. Like there's just the closest you've probably come is it's like an attuned Veiler, like Lady Cressida, like Leslok. But if they're just like, like a candle or like a pen light, maybe like a laser pointer that somebody just keeps pointing at you, like, hey, look over here.
it's a fire.
Again, this lady is like a floodlight standing there. She stands in her own floodlight of eerie.
Okay.
Of just like, oh, wow. Shit, it's bright up close. But you also catch that, again, as the light flickers, normally you'd say that her pupils are pupil-shaped. Yeah, they're normal and round. But sometimes, and it could just be a trick of the light, maybe your mind's just playing tricks on you, you could swear that she's got, slit pupils like a cat, or maybe square pupils like a horse. And then you double-check to yourself and you're like, no, it couldn't be.
She can't be all those things at once. Maybe not.
I'm making it up. It definitely didn't happen. Around her eyes and on her nails, which are also sharp looking, elongated, they're painted in what looks like crushed opal or mother of pearl.
Ooh, crushed opal.
Other than this, she's not really wearing a lot of like jewelry and accessories. She's got like earrings, the crown, and kind of like this crushed gem makeup. She's dressed in a long, elegant dress of only a few layers. Some kind of woven chiffon type material, which you can't immediately identify. Could be silk, could be like a very, very high quality cotton. You're not sure.
It's very.
You're actually not a fashion expert. That's right.
No, not anymore. No.
You swapped that out. It's done in a variety of summer colors, various pale greens and yellows, a few light blues and lilac or lavender colors.
Mm-hmm.
As she steps onto the cobblestone pavers of your front gate, flowers, flecks of grass, a few leaves drop from nowhere under her feet.
Mm-hmm.
She, very slightly inclines her head to you. Good day, sir.
Inos, will bow deeply and greet her respectfully. What do we proprietire? Would it be wrong?
Well, she is another monarch, so it would be Her Majesty. Your Majesty.
Yes, basically, greet her with Her Majesty, and and speak on behalf of the Marquess. It is a absolute honor and delight to have her presence here. And to thank her for the I don't want to necessarily say warning, but for the
courtesy.
And so we were able to prepare in time. It was no trouble at all. I insist, it was no trouble at all.
Barely inconvenient.
She nods. As you say these words, on the top of the carriage is just Angelica defiling the cat.
Mm-hmm.
Gives you a cat wink.
Mm-hmm.
The cat could have showed hours earlier.
Cat wink.
Didn't want to.
This might have been a test in its own right. You never know.
Honestly, that's a fair point.
Yes, she says that like, yes, I have been invited by your most illustrious High King to speak. In a sense. And of course, there is a small matter of my good neighbors that we should resolve. But this shall be for another time. If you would be so kind as to direct me to my host, his lordship the Marquess, and then we shall see about arrangements. If it shall be no trouble.
It shall
I'm
be
fucked.
no trouble at all. Just give me a moment to send a runner, and we will have everything settled soon, Your Majesty. As I just grab the nearest guard and go get the Marquess.
All right, you got to squeeze
Alan,
a little bit
we are
because
so-
unfortunately all of your
Omega-
doormen are fucking standing
Omega,
here
I cast-
snap-jawed and gormless.
Yes.
I cast a tassel vision on Logesh to give actual laser eyes. Anyway,
Don't laser eye the king. There's literally hundreds of guys who are gonna kill you.
I know. I'm just saying. Like, I mean, anyway.
By the way,
I can't
the
do
Queen of
that.
the Fairies did phrase this as in a manner of speaking.
Yes, I know, but
She's
I
double
will-
talking.
I
I'm
know.
allowed to be like, we are so much.
So
That's like
I
a
am
threat
going
function.
to, like, I might have to resort to slapping. I don't know. Get people moving and going again.
No, yeah, like I said, you just got to squeeze on his arm a little. As I said, you kind of like pull him down to eye level, and he's just like, huh? Right away, sir.
I just imagine Inos putting his hand like slapping his hand together, but like as like a polite, but like put his hands are now in a polite gesture as he's
Well,
like.
actually, what Inos probably does is, like, after he sends up the one guy, is, claps, like, once really loud just to, make people go, huh! That's like...
They stand at attention. Neither the fairy horses nor the fairy knight. The queen stands perfectly still. Actually, Inos, what's your level of attire right now? How are you dressed for all this biz?
Inos is actually dressed fairly finely, like I said, even though he has been running around, he has been doing a lot of meeting and greeting, but he is usually dressed in, as usual, in, it's in fiber fabric, but it's, darker colors. He's not wearing, like, his regalia right now, because he's not in that sort of function, so it's, how do we put this? It was just, like, cavalry boots, pants, a nice shirt, vest. Probably, no, that's probably it. Like I said, Inos has been running around. He ain't gonna put a coat on top of that when he's been trying to, flagging.
So as you're waiting, the Queen of the Fairies kind of like side glances, looks you up and down, tilts her head a little, thinks, and then just snaps her fingers. There is a single camera frame, Inos, where just, everything is white. And then when we reset back, she has modified her outfit to be, while still formal, much more to the level of fashionate that you are. So, like, probably not a full-length gown, but, like, maybe, like, knee-length skirt, presumably with some, like, layers of petticoats under it, a single, like, overcoat instead of, like, layered cloak and shawl, all still with, like, the same color scheme.
Mm-hmm.
She adjusts her appearance instantly to, match what clearly the defining level of fashioninity is. Yes, I made up that word. So,
would Inos be able to?
Leslok,
She did.
You are out here. Yeah, go ahead.
She did say. I'm sorry, I forget. Did she say we would lead her to her accommodations, or she would figure out her accommodations? I forget.
She said she would like to be introduced to the host, and then that. Well, you've got enough. You've got enough sense to say. She said we, but as like a group we, not as like a royal we. Like collectively, we'll figure out where she's staying. Maybe implying that she has some input on that. But we're also gonna see what's up. So, Leslokius.
Oh no! You brought up fucking Roman.
You are, like I said, you get a huge, tingle on the back of your neck kind of a thing. Like, instantly you have a sense that, like, something very eerie, for lack of a better word, is going on, and you rolled multiples here, even if it's not a very high height. You 3 set here. You're pretty sure it's coming from the front of the castle, where you did just hear that anonymous trumpet call. Konrad, you similarly are informed of the vibes, but you have a different sense of it because you're not also a Veiler.
Yeah.
And whether or not you're kind of like, excusing yourself to go see or otherwise minding your own business, Leslok, a gate guard, a footman, a man at arms, jogs up to you and just says, the Master of Ceremonies needs you at the front gate, my lord. He pauses to glance around and it's like, wait, hold on. Play it cool.
I don't think Leslok has him to actually ask what it is because I'll just find out. Find out.
He gestures furiously with his eyebrows that please don't make me explain, sir.
Okay.
Don't think I can.
You're dismissed.
All right, I'll go back to my post at the front gate, sir.
I'm gonna go excuse myself. Let's go. I've not undressed. I've not de-fantasified in any form. I think yet today because I've not had time to think about that.
Verity's still coming, so
yeah.
All right. So you show up. You meet the Queen of all the Fairies, as I have described her. She waits politely for Inos to recite all that stuff that Robin told you.
Yes, I will. It's like, yes, the Marquess is here. My dear Marquis, it is my sublime pleasure and honor to introduce and announce the first and the last, the ruler of the fairies, mistress of the seelie and unseelie, queen of air and darkness, earth and light, mistress of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, commander of the wild hunt, lady of Alfheim, queen of all fairies.
I'm deeply honored for you to show up. We'll keep going. I can't think of it on the spot.
Yes, and
you're fine. You got it.
And Inos will then turn to the fairy queen and say, "Your Majesty, may I introduce?" And actually, what is all of?
Should be all in the dramatis.
Yeah,
you guys had me jot you guys down so you can double check.
Marquess Leslok Lodi, House Logi, Steward of the North, Keeper of the Flame, Lord Commander of the Knights of the Stone Hearth, Lord of Stonehearth, and Son of the Lion, age 19.
Don't say that part. You didn't say the Queen's age.
Well, that's because if she was listed, her age would be 4 question marks.
Somewhere in the thousands, ma'am.
Age, I guess.
She's 18 plus, a few thousand.
I feel like she's
older than the trees, younger than the breeze.
I got your age on your license appeal. Why does it just say time?
Have we invented the mathematical symbol for infinity yet?
Why is your ID signed by Father Time?
Oh, we were old friends before he passed.
Why does your reference list say Kronos?
It says here that your dad is Sylvanus the Wood Lord, king of all the animals, the god of wild places.
Why do you even need this license now, ma'am?
Isn't it weird that I imagine Sylvanus is so much more chill than all the other gods?
I think it's because
I think we've kind of just described him as he's a woodsy boy. He's a trickster pan type kind of guy.
He tries to get a laugh out of things.
He is also probably 6 or 7 feet tall.
Also,
crowns of antlers.
I need to make this very clear. Lucky,
what's up?
Leslok is giving you a significant PC glance through his eyes, purely being like, "Why is this happening?"
Look, I was expecting
Enos's eyes right now is nothing but I am acting like this is completely to plan and is not going to indicate in any way elsewise.
Understood.
I'm gonna assume this is like an Avatar situation, or else I gotta admit, I'm very disappointed with her height. I thought she'd be taller.
Don't say that.
Well, she has to fit indoors.
Yeah,
that's what I said. I imagine it's like a New Gods type of thing, where it's like they look like they're 6 feet tall, but they're really 3,000 meters tall and the size of a planet.
Or it makes me think about the
Which ones are game
fucking
freezers?
Primarchs, where they're like 10 feet tall, but like they sometimes glamour to look like they're only 6 foot.
I'm pretty sure the Queen of all Fairies can be whatever height she feels is most appropriate to the situation, and so she has decided to be slightly taller, yet still small enough to not be an inconvenience. And I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah, what's
So
that
she of course, very slight incline of the head and shoulders to the Marquess. She's like, "Your lordship," and says, "Very well. If you do not mind, let us stroll about your courtyard, yes, and see if we can't find a spot. If you would be so kind." She makes a gesture for
I'd
you
be
to go
happy
ahead.
to.
No.
Right, and then
Well, Nicola. So this is the dining room.
she just actually, I shouldn't even snap. Just with a she does that kind of like you first gesture, and then when you acquiesce, you probably signal for the main gates to be open. She just kind of like raises a hand, and again, all at once, perfect unity. The dozen or so she knights dismount. Grab their horse reins. She steps forward with the parasol held over her head by good Sir Robin. Who, like I said, he has to keep it floating because otherwise he will not reach. He is a normal-sized elf man.
Inos is grabbing messengers to either cover or hide any sort of iron objects that may be on display or on the path that we may take.
And then Konrad comes in with the club.
Does the Logi still count?
in this situation?
The club would not help. It only applies to our children.
I'm not carrying it right now.
He was just at dinner. He would not be keeping the club under the table,
Oh, I know.
No, he doesn't actually.
Probably
But yeah, so you send in a light. And I will say, as you move on, she steps, and then, like I said, flowers and blades of grass and falling leaves spring from the ground and seem to vanish as she passes. Outside of the carriage come probably another dozen she-lords and ladies. How did they fit in there?
Clown shoes.
Don't ask. Let's just not worry about it.
Damn it! I was about to say clown car.
She will move along, and she will make a polite conversation in her own way and say, "Yes, it was most unusual to arrange such a visitation, but several obligations did stack up. And so it was appropriate for me to appear in person. I'm sure that everything between our houses has been..." Sorry, I wanted to say hunky-dory, but I'm like, that's not even if the Queen of the Fairies can be a little weird to you, that's a little too weird. She would be like, "Has been peaceable in the meantime."
Just give her a straight answer. Don't be flowery.
I don't know why I'm blanking. I'm really sorry. I have to repeat. Really sorry.
I just said give her a straight answer. You don't need to be flowery. Just say, yes, things have been well.
Thank you. Just go with that. 'Cause I'm like,
I've just imagined the comic of two people on two people on a date. One guy's like, stay cool, and then he sticks a fork in his eye.
Yes, so.
That's like, if you wish to... Well, this is honestly up to you, Axe, but you have a very, and I mean very rare opportunity to engage the Fairy Queen in dialogue.
yes, I'm just trying to think of like what it would. Oh God. Oh.
Mama, what's up?
Listen, I know it's unexpected. That's the whole point.
That is the whole point. But
I know. Oh God, I just feel afraid to cough.
As Konrad, was muttering to himself about fairies, I'm just sitting here just being like,
No, I had this weird feeling that you were gonna do something about that. I didn't think this.
like I said, I thought Lightning Guy was going to show up again.
But
like one of her delegation, not her.
like I said, if like I would offhandedly, I would refrain from speaking about Lady White. She has closed herself away from Elven society, so it would probably not be good to bring her up. You could speak about Aesilfur and how she has been of use to you, and thank her for that. You can speak about how we have met Auntie Tree. As that was a tree that the fairy queen named. So she might feel
she gave Nanathim love her name.
Yes.
Yeah,
and stuff. And if you are like a daring person, you could, maybe ask more about the fairy queen herself and try to get to know her.
Honestly, my plan was, I like your suggestions of being like, one, I'll probably start with Aesilfur as being a wonderful squire. Two, of...
You say Aesilfur's name out loud.
Yes, you should.
I feel like I should ask her. Yeah, I should, because then she'll show up and then
I'm just confirming that's actual dialogue that's leaving your mouth.
Yes. Yeah, he'll bring up Aesilfur. He'll then, I think...
You say her name, she shows up.
Roughly transposed somewhere besides either Inos or Leslok, in all of her gleaming borrowed fairy mail, spirit the ready, and is just like snaps a quick salute, and then bows, and then salutes again.
And then just does not move.
I am present, Your Majesty. The elf queen just kind of like tilts her head very slightly, very slight narrowing of her eyes, like she's thinking, and she's just like, yes, Aesilfur, little Aesilfur, how are you doing? No, not who is this, but she does have to think. She has to ponder.
It's like,
yes,
like, I remember you from somewhere. It's I remember you from somewhere.
She just has the, which one are you? And she's just like, yes, little Squire Aesilfur. It is good that you have been well. Yes. I'm glad to see that such a decision has gone well. Is we're just kind of like, yeah.
I'll keep delaying, yes. Leslok will... I don't know how we'd word it. I know he'd probably have a better way of wording this, because he just has practiced for shit, but not this tense.
You've practiced a lot, though. You got a master die in graces. Your etiquette and protocol teachers have taught you all of the forbidden techniques. Here's what the secret sixth spoon is for.
See, here's the trick.
It's a trap.
Like, because she is trying to be accommodating, what you need to do is you need to slow your steps down just a little bit, so she.
Yeah.
So
right.
I mean, she's already slowing her pace because. What? Leslok is probably not super tall. You're what, at best 6 feet?
He's
maybe
like
more
5'10".
like a yeah, I was gonna say like a 5'10", 5'11" type. So she's already got a huge stride advantage on you. So she is like definitely like keeping her pace very polite.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
I'm just imaging like Leslok having to like not avoid having to touch the silver inlay in his clothing.
No, it's fine. You know, you're
he was then going to bring up like, as a polite starter, about the. I would not say rediscovery, but more of like reacquainting of Grand Tree. Name of Nibluff.
Yes.
And how there's actually quite an engaging story about that, but we can say that for another time.
She kind of like pauses again when you say the name, and she's just. But this is more of a kind of like, rubs a nail against her cheek line and is kind of, her jawline is kind of like, old Naneth Nimloth, how pleasant. I am glad to hear that she has not yet fallen down. How is the old tree?
I think this is where Leslok tries to politely. I think tell part of the story, but mostly go to the parts of the preparations we're doing to honor her.
You don't probably have to go.
She kind of just politely nods along, and she's just like, still irritable as ever. Stiff as a tree, they say. Slightly creepily, all 12 of the she-lords with her instantly let out a very light tinkling of laughter.
Oh,
Like they laugh perfectly in symphony.
Leslok is forcing the sweat back into his head. Like,
Just like,
sheer mental willpower.
she was always that way. I suppose she, tilts her head to her valet Robin walking with her and is like, I suppose I shall have to go and call in, make sure everything's all right over there. Robin interrupts and says, oh, I'm sure she'll talk your ear off, my lady. Well, it has been a few centuries since we caught up. I don't know what she would have to talk about, being rooted at the spot, as she insists. The Fairy Queen just casually implying that maybe Nemeth Nimloth, if she set her mind to it, could just get up and move.
Fucking dryad.
Actually, by the way, I think I forgot to describe that on camera. Nemeth Nimloth is a tree that is huge.
Yes, I remember.
It's like
I
Deku
believe
Seed's
Aurelia
right?
described it as like, I think she would need like several of her to encircle its trunk.
Yes.
And like, dozens of feet tall. Like, so again, you ask yourself, did the Fairy Queen just imply that tree could walk if she felt like it?
Yes.
Yeah. And she walks along. You guys are probably started to head towards the actual like keep. But when you're about halfway across the courtyard, as you're making your polite conversation, the queen just tilts her head very slightly. Her earrings kind of like, ting, very slightly in the breeze.
Her earrings?
And actually, you guys have, I mentioned before, you have several gardens and trees in there. She actually seems to spot a spot where you've got some trees planted and basically politely begins walking over and just kind of, talking about how, oh, I think this will do.
Leslok changes his pace without looking like he changed his pace.
Yep.
And she just walks up. Any other, I want to give you some chance before we move into the next part of the moment, if you have anything else you want to insert, but...
Leslok was only going to, I guess, politely ask if there's anything happening amongst the court for her that has been keeping in her mind, as like just a polite thing, but if it gets shot down, it's like moves on.
You talk, what's the phrase, you're like, oh, well, we've I don't know, what's new with you, sort of thing. Well, obviously more formal than that.
Yes.
And she's just going to have been, well, there are a few things which concern the Queen of all Fairies. This thing and that thing. The seasons changing. Positions moving. I am sure, yes. She says when I am sure, she tilts her head and, like, so that, like, her right ear is, like, up slightly. That earring kind of, like, almost, like, stands perpendicular, like, for a second and then falls. And she's just like, yes. The Lady Florimel is... She carefully does not say both names. That was quite an arrangement, and I have other things for our good neighbors. But these things shall come in time. She gets a very, very minute, very tiny, smug smile, just a little quirk of the lip, and she's just like, it's never good to spoil the fun before the moment.
Of course.
This woman is equal parts enchanting and utterly terrifying, I do want to say.
She's been doing this for a very long time.
It's a vibe, yeah. I mean, I always play this game where I'm like, sometimes I'm not sure whether or not Lucky is saying things in character as Inos, like Enos' thoughts or Lucky's thoughts. But you guys have discussed out loud on recording how, like, the Queen of the Fairies is not a god. She is not a throne. But her dad's a god, so, like, where's that
thing there is.
How does that work? So she's pretty stonks.
No, I can definitely say that Enos feels that she is probably one of the most beautiful yet terrifying things he has ever seen.
Yeah.
Like,
so beautiful, you look at it and go, that is scary how...
Well, it's just
ethereally
not.
beautiful it is.
It's not just the beauty; it's just the raw power underneath that beauty
It's just
as well.
power.
Leslok would describe it as like the most majestically regal person he's ever met.
But Inos is going to send for refreshments, light snacks.
Thank you, that'd be nice.
Yes.
She's like, that would be quite. But she, she starts like she puts a hand to her chin and kind of like is looking around at a few of your trees. At this moment, one of the she behind her kind of steps up and he kind of says, "Ah, Your Majesty, are we quite certain we must make our stay here? I must admit, while you are boundless in your wisdom, I am not so sure that it will be so entertaining, and we didn't even bring Lady..." As he starts to say, there is a sound like a meaty thunderclap.
Oh.
That guy falls to the floor.
Oh no!
The sound was faster than your eye could track. The Fairy Queen's left hand, which was previously on her chin, strikes him in the face. He falls over. Slightly too pale she blood on her hand. And she just kind of like pauses for a second, looks at it, makes kind of a ugh. From next to her, Sir Robin whips out a perfectly white silken handkerchief and, starts wiping off her hand. She just kind of looks at where he's laying on the ground and is like, "Robin, which one was that one?"
Oh no!
"That was the knight. The knight of Brotherhood, Your Majesty." She just kind of like scoffs again. He's like, "I believe he was appointed when his brother, the previous holder of the position, was trapped in a well for a year and a day. You said that, well, if they're the Knights of Brotherhood, one brother's as good as the next." And she just kind of like reaches up, rubs the bridge of her nose slightly, and says, "Of course."
I knew it. She's
No,
a
that does not
troll.
trigger your eerie
just hear
because
it.
that was just her fist.
That was
God
just
damn it.
speed.
Wait, did you just like fingernail jab into his head?
No, she just slapped him. That was the
Oh,
sound.
no,
Touch on flesh.
No, not slapped. That was the back of her knuckles.
Oh,
Judging by that.
backhanded.
That was
She
a
just
backhand.
Backhanded him.
instant
That
transmission
was a what
backhanded
did the
him.
five fingers say to the face? Slap.
That and she just kind of
God.
she kind of pauses and says, "Very well, Robin, we'll have to replace him. You know who I mean." And he's like, "Of course, Your Majesty. The arrangements will be made." Only then does she kind of like turn back to you guys, where I can only imagine that you guys have kind of been standing stock still in this moment.
Yes.
I'm
well,
going
that's
to.
gonna. Is there a drink? I'm gonna chug it right now.
I will act like nothing weird has happened at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
So she just kind of like, well, again, notes where he's lying, and she just takes her, she's still wearing kind of like an outer cloak or cape, and just kind of like throws it over him. You guys are not sure if that guy's alive or dead.
I'm not gonna ask.
And
Not my
just kind of
problem.
like says,
It's not.
only now as the like a little bit of the blood drips and she wipes it up. She just kind of like says, she turns to Leslok and again, very slight incline of the head and shoulders and says, "Terribly sorry about that, Your Lordship. To avoid complications with a previous misunderstanding between our houses, I requested that a certain retainer not accompany us, and that to avoid making her feel left out, you understand, none of my others are to speak her name. Thus, a very unfortunate incident is a result of either deliberate ignorance or malice. Think
I
nothing of it."
will forbid a mention.
I'm sorry. This is where you just smile and nod.
Yes, it's like, of course, Your Majesty.
Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
And she says, "Now, on that part, I think this one, yes. she walks up to the oldest tree in the courtyard. She reaches up with a fingernail and just runs it down the bark of the tree. Instantly, in the air where she traces, a line of bright, kind of bluish-green light appears, and kind of like the edges of that line kind of like twist and turn and kind of fold in, like, you know, you've just split the seam in a curtain, and just kind of like with a sound like stretching fabric and creaking of tree bark. Just a big gleaming portal appears in your tree, and she just says, "Yes, I think this shall work." You know, she gestures for them to go ahead. You notice that 2 of the fairy knights, you know, bundle up the. They actually, I should say, they pick up the shawl or cloak where she threw it. There's no longer any body, living or dead, under it. It's just gone.
Of course.
But they you know, fold it up politely, and you know, all of her entourage goes through, and she, you know, turns to you. Just by the way, as I think Konrad has, you know, been trundling his way, you see a train of a couple dozen fairies, some of them knights, some of them lords and ladies, go into a weird portal in your garden. And you know, she turns to Leslok and says, "This shall do. We shall make ourselves comfortable. Don't you worry. And of course, mine shall endeavor to stay out of everyone's way. As a good guest, we shall make appearances at appropriate meals and social endeavors. If there's anything on the schedule that we need to know about, simply," she, you know, holds out a finger, and I shit you not, a butterfly alights on it. She just says, "Speak to the nearest butterfly," and then just flicks her finger. The butterfly flutters off. And she's gonna, if you have nothing further to say, she is going to step through the portale.
I will let all of the staff know
You know about the whole being in service thing? I'm no longer regretting any of the requirements. I will serve this woman. She's the ultimate troll.
I beg, can I bring up the
Well,
thing?
she's serving.
I beg, I can see
Oh, yes.
where all of like your Belta Green thoughts went into when making this.
And,
No,
you know,
it's
you
not
meet the
that
Queen
way.
of the Fairies. She's got to be kind of alien and ineffable, and she may have just killed that guy.
Maybe.
Honestly, I'm just not gonna think about that. I'm just not gonna.
That's what I was going for. I want this moment where you guys all think to yourself, "Did she just kill that guy?" And we're just not going to answer that. We're not going to answer that question.
I'm just not gonna worry about it. It doesn't matter.
That
It
guy
doesn't
could be
matter.
dead.
Apparently
Guess
we
what?
didn't need
It could be a
refreshments,
prank.
but I thought we were gonna have like a
I
little
want them
meeting here.
anyway.
Yeah, but I need a drink right now.
I need a drink too. Like
The attendant you called comes over on a silver a platter with like some you know, some selection of your wines and juices, and just
grabs one.
Imagining Leslok and
Drinks the whole
and
thing
Inos
in one.
just grab the chalice, slam it back.
Yep.
What did I just witness?
Oh,
As Konrad finally makes his way over.
Yes,
do
Konrad.
tell them, Inos.
Yes. Completely according to plan. Forgive me, it was my fault for not informing you. But the Queen of the Fairies has arrived and made her residence here for summer court.
As you say this, the portal just it's gone. Hey, by the way, Leslok, not that it should surprise you that the Queen of the Fairies can do that, but the Queen of the Fairies just, you know, with her pointy finger, just yoinked open the veil, stepped through, stitched that shit back up. Like that usually takes you a little prep time.
So it is
that
possible.
takes at least like 10-20 minutes to do.
So it is possible.
Yeah, but she also made part of the veil, or the veil's part of her itself.
Yeah,
So
so,
that's all.
again, if Leslok is, you know, a bucket of water, the Fairy Queen is a lake of power.
Or an ocean.
So
But if something's possible with a sufficient enough power battery, you can do it.
Yes, let's not consider that right now. Later.
yes, but how
Not
much
right now.
power do you think?
It is already possible to do that. There is a spell which Leslok may know, but I believe it probably has a minute's cast time, and even if it doesn't, I think you have to roll Eerie to find weak points in the veil
Yeah,
first.
you need to find a
Veilers
bendable
don't
position.
get to just yoinky splinky gaps in the veil
Also,
anywhere.
it has a big stamp for heresy on it.
You're not supposed to break that wall.
I
Charge
double
of the wall.
checking.
The distant Omega.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see.
I don't think it's Harrison
I-
for her to.
I had
I don't
the
think it's
dumbest
Harrison for her to
thought.
do it because it's her wall.
I had the dumbest thought with her and the fact that she commands all the Fae is that she can literally just look at one of her mini mooks and be like, "Mods, do this for me."
Omega, I just say this. I don't have Tear the Veil, but it's on my list of spells I've considered. I do have Close the Breach, though, so I have the thing to close portals.
So
Yeah.
Conrad
Considering
takes one of the drinks, drinks it. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go wait for House Verity.
Good. I will
And
do the
turns
same.
and walks away.
Yeah, he's just like not having
Oh,
a
wait.
problem.
Also,
By the way,
good
there
warning.
is a fourth person in this assemblage. It's Aesopher just standing there beaming.
Okay, so because it's
Inos is going
comedically
to
appropriate.
turn to Aesopher and say, Aesopher, your queen is quite literally the most beautiful and terrifying being I have ever had the pleasure to meet.
Because
She has
this is
impeccable people, yes.
because this is comedically appropriate.
she's great,
I think this is when Nicola arrives, and he'll just look at you and go, "You will not believe how stressful my afternoon has been."
Don't tell me about it. Don't. Do not.
As
What?
Leslok ponders drinking a second goblet of wine, just like
What's wrong with you guys?
It's like,
Huh.
all right, but
Busy day.
Inos is going to
back
start
to your
making
home.
preparations to make our venue a bit more fairy friendly. So
Also, just to make
Nicola,
it
a
clear,
butterfly lands on your head.
just remember,
Ooh, pretty butterfly.
we need to talk to a butterfly if we want her time.
well, like I said, as the
What?
master of ceremonies, it will be my duty to inform her of all the events so that she may be properly informed. Like I said, we are the host, she is our guest, and therefore that means we must give her all due courtesy and respect. Not to mention that she is a queen. So, enough.
Do you want another glass?
Nope. I have fortified myself, and as I have said several times, this was no trouble at all. It was all planned from the start.
Yes, it was, of course, exactly. It's like Leslok finally lets himself rubs the sweat off his neck he didn't know he have.
Yes. But Inos,
You realize that your spine was perfectly straight, and you let it form a more normal shape.
Inos, I just need a second of your time. I just need to check your pupils for a second.
You okay, man?
it's all like
No,
if-
no
if-
concussion.
it's all like Inos is going to get very intense for a second to be like, don't.
Okay. Did something happen?
Did you not see the entourage at the front?
Enos is going to,
You
without a
without
further word, go
spreading
out
it.
and
You look
start.
back at the gatehouse. Terry just gone.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
And,
you looked
what
away.
entourage?
and continue his work with this new wrinkle involved. He needs to, consider. Actually, no. At this point, he has to go form the High King of this.
Yes,
Officially.
I will join you.
Yes.
I will join you.
I guess I'm following along
those
'cause I
guys
need to
go
figure
off,
out what's
Aesopher
happening.
will clue. We don't need to worry all the words, but
Oh,
Aesopher
okay.
will clue Nicola in to oh yeah, the queen of all the fairies. She's here. She's in this train.
You will hear in the background as you guys are leaving. What?
Yes. But no, unfortunately, I think we need to go inform the High King of this at, his indirect request. This is probably because of the, being closer with the kindred thing, honestly. The Fairy Queen is here, so we have a queen here.
Well, no, I think I know exactly what it was because I remember from our last meeting. I don't know why I remember this, but he said he wanted to make sure there was a representative for each kindred at the meeting.
Yes, no, that's what I was referencing.
Yeah, so she's like, "Oh, you say you want a representative, but don't mind if I do."
Well, we'll see what we see. So you guys go down to the guest quarters where the royal family's settling in.
Well, you tell
Trunks are being
Darissa.
unloaded. There's liveried servants everywhere. I will actually. Did I might have given this character a.
I just had a really funny thought. Lord Freddy isn't here. That's really funny. He's having the Nicola experience. And nothing at all is happening.
He's perfectly fine.
Anyway, I have to leave in probably 20 minutes.
We have actually been going for like 4 hours. I think after we do Verity, this will be oops all set up.
Yeah.
That does actually mean that once we actually get to the summer court stuff, we can probably do all of the first week in one session.
That'd be good.
Oh yeah.
But I had to
sweating super hard.
By the way,
Like, holy
I've been
shit!
planning this shit for months.
Oh, I knew you were planning something.
Ever since I've been waiting. Listen, you can't start introducing the concept of the Queen of all Fairies and not want to give her some screen time, you know?
Exactly.
Okay,
no.
well, thank you for this. I needed that.
Listen,
Again, so
Konrad
Wait,
has
that's
met
sort of say.
seeing the Fairy Queen. Konrad has met the third person that he would actually bow to, like full on, go to one knee. The other two are the High King and his brother.
That's fair. I mean, she's basically a demigod.
And
I mean,
even
she
if you're
is.
not getting into the eschatology of it, she is a foreign monarch, like one of the few you guys know of. Like, she's a big deal.
Yeah.
She
And
is equal
she
to the High
apparently,
King.
you know,
Unfortunately,
she hits in the appropriate weight class.
it's why I feel like she's status 5 or status 6, depending how you look at it.
Or status 7.
It normally only goes to 5, but yeah, she would be 5.
Or status,
full
I
beauty,
made
full
the
status.
shit up.
Status all.
Wealth is kind of like
No,
But
it'd
she
be
doesn't
whatever. It'd be whatever the one under all is, because all would be just the gods.
you never know. God can be incognito.
That's true.
Put this thing down.
Sylvanas is definitely the kind of god that would just like fucking show up at a wedding in a disguise and no one would ever know. It's like, I heard they'd have good food.
But yeah, so I don't think we necessarily have to role play it out. But Inos is going to.
Yes. I just wanted to. I paused there because I'm once again catching up with the character. The king has brought his personal secretary, Sir Guinefort Paladino.
Paladino.
These guys are freaked out.
So you know he's there. You know, like when you guys show up to talk, and you know he would just be like, yes. I shall fetch the High King shortly. What is this concerning? You know, sort of a thing.
Oh, I don't want to say the Fairy Queen.
The Queen of Air, Light, and Dark.
An unexpected
I
arrival.
I will say with just to keep people from prying too much, a foreign queen.
Kind of quirks his eyebrow. You know, he's wise that that's very limited.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, he sees that you're serious. Yeah. So you know, you're brought in to see the High King, who's probably like, you know, switching from like, you know, traveling regalia to like some, you know, like putting on a new, you know, coat, jacket and stuff for like evening time, and he kind of like says, "Oh, what is it? Is Verity arriving?"
And so I'm like, no, not quite, Your Majesty. Not due for another hour or so. But there has been a slight change in plans. My fault. The Queen of the Fairies has arrived at your request, and has.
He kind of like. Beg pardon?
Enos will
DJ, run that shit back.
I think Leslok just dramatically like 5 steps behind this.
Yeah, Enos will repeat it in the exact same tone.
By my request, I said that we required representation. She cannot mean to permanently represent herself. You know, he's stroking his beard. The queen is like, you know, standing there like, you know, she was standing there like picking which kind of earrings to like, you know, wear for an evening time, and it's just kind of like looking archly at, you know, quirked eyebrow at him, and he's just like, don't give me that look.
Enos
is she settled somewhere?
Yes.
Yes, she picked the oldest tree in our courtyard, opened a portal to the other side, and said, "This will suffice." Went through it with her entourage, and closed it behind her.
Concerning, but resolved. And of course,
Butterflies.
this is the one time that... What is Lord Feretti's first name, his given name?
One moment. I get it.
I
I got him in there. Willoughby. And he's like, of course,
Dear
this is
Lord
the
Willoughby.
one time Willoughby's like, oh, let me stay behind. I'm the Lord Chamberlain. It's what I do.
Of course, it's almost like he knew, Your Majesty.
But
I don't think
no,
he knew.
Inos will go on to
I
say,
don't think he knew exactly, but we did make arrangements.
She
He
ain't telling her
kinda,
plans to nobody.
He kind of like looks around the room and kind of like, gets up from like where he was and kind of like, not quite puts his hand on your shoulders, but just kind of like form a tight triangle with you two. And he's like, I meant to bring this up later. I'd have Palladino bring it up, but we can say it now. We have received the plans for the appropriate number of curios in the Privy Councils. I believe we shall place the Privy Council for the matter of the locale of which we are not speaking, the mysterious one on the Stars Day, the middle of the week, as our first Privy Council session shall be quite full, just laying out the season's business. I did request that Count Feretti make sure he has some way to have his opinions on the matter known. I do not know if that is exactly why Her Majesty has appeared, but let us just say that it is likely that she has many reasons for coming, several of which are going completely unsaid.
Please not me. Please not me. Please not me.
Yes, Your Majesty. She did imply as such and has expressed an interest, duty, and attending such functions in the summer court. So,
of course, Strenton's bloody not going to like this, but
Let everyone.
the Lord Chancellor never liked surprises. He does kind of like now take a sign to, kind of put like a, not quite fatherly, but like, distant unclely, warm clasp on your upper arms. And it's like, all right, lads, you've done very well. I've only seen her a couple of times myself, and she's quite striking.
That is an understatement, Your Majesty.
right. Well, I did just want to keep you appraised of the situation, so you were not surprised or subject to...
Poleaxed?
Yes.
Thank you quietly, Master of Ceremonies. He, adjusts his tightens his tie a little and says, and as to Leslok's comment, you're like, it's understatement, and he says, well, I am protector of the covenant, defender of the realm, the Sun King, don't get that position just by collecting wine corks. Playing tiddlywinks.
Who collect wine corks?
Also, Majesty, all the butterflies will be running messages for her.
Of course they will. Just kind of like sighs a little defeatedly. Of course.
Oh wait, did we speak about no we can speak about that at a curia. We don't have to drop the fucking
one thing.
We don't
Which thing?
We don't need to drop that we found a divine tree on him right now.
Oh, that could be later.
That's not. There is one thing I think you should mention.
See that for your discussion about when you talk to them about ley lines.
Just while we're in her presence, probably not to mention that specific name of that specific person.
Oh yes.
What did the thing?
Well, I will say this: the Queen of the Fairies very specifically phrased it that she forbade her retainers from saying that name.
Yes.
Okay.
Because obviously to say a fairy's name is to like have power, so she phrased it as to not let Lady Faerun feel left out. So have people be constantly gossiping about her. But also has the power that means that she can't show up quote unquote uninvited.
Yes. Yeah. No, okay. I think we like I said, the High King. He's a crafty old fox. He probably understands more about the situation than we do. We have just done our due diligence. And letting him know and preventing weird-ass rumors from reaching him first. Because I am pretty sure the gate guards are not going to be quiet, and I can't do it unless I fucking duct tape their mouths closed.
Oh, Timothy, you're not going to believe this. There was a fucking carriage. It disappeared. I don't know what happened.
So...
It was minding my own business.
No, it didn't roll away. I looked away for a second, and it was gone.
I looked in it, and it was literally just infinite darkness.
It was a void.
I think I heard a voice saying there was cookies in there.
John, I think I might have unlocked a tall lady fetish.
Don't
His
bring that up.
one weakness, a giant woman.
I really want to send a note to Rissa at the fair tweet the captain, but I think I'll save it for later.
It's like, but
no, remember she's
Good
coming to the
Jimmy. I
fancy
think I might have unlocked a strong woman fetish.
remember, she said she would come to the dinner ceremonies, so we'll get that.
no,
Yeah.
we're gonna. Oh god, that means. Oh god, what is our silverware? We don't have any. I gotta go check our silverware.
You don't use stainless steel or
Okay.
like cold iron for that.
Okay.
You guys have arranged for the finest silverware to be done and like
Actual
brassware.
silver.
But that means we need to get extra spaces.
Yes! We just the dinner plan! Fuck!
That's okay. The Queen of the Fairies makes extra space.
Wait, Inos, when did you get these new benches? What new
I didn't.
benches?
Enos, go board the staff. Enos, go board the staff.
Let's put that there.
But
But
the
also-
High King will probably like. Actually, no. It's even better this way. As you guys are like leaving the High King, you see, Crunchman's alias, the Lord Cursor, popping in, just kind of like sees you guys as a little like, a little surprised, but kind of like nods and pops in to clearly be like, hey, I'm hearing some stuff.
Of course, you did.
He kind of like catches you guys go, and I'm like, am I correct in hearing that we have an extra guest? Well, guests perhaps is the right word.
Sorry, my house pounding everyone.
I should put Zoolander on the list just because it's that dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, you fuck.
Yes. Prince Alias.
I was like, no, he you can let his father explain. We got shit to do. We don't.
Yeah, it's like your father can explain.
It's like terribly
There's
sorry,
his
Lord
head.
Cursor, but we have change of
Things to do, people to see.
yes.
Just kind of puts a hand up, to alleviate, to mollify, and then
Yes.
steps in. So yes, anything you guys wanna run through with the peoples, of course, feel free to hit them up.
Inos will we'll definitely take a moment to pop in to see House Rare Mouse, say hello to Narissa and Falkland.
Wrong name.
Not to Luke,
Not,
but
not,
yeah, you
why
also
did I say
hi to
Narissa? I'm sorry.
It's because we were just talking about her.
Yes, Noctiluca and Falkland.
The ends.
But other than that, no, he's double checking all the plans and making sure that we have space for the Fairy Queen and her retinue. And we'll probably have to ask later if. Oh, I forget. Did we set up a schedule ahead of time and send it to the High King? Be like, yes, we are planning on doing.
Yeah.
This.
You guys have been comparing back and forth. Like I said before, there's a reason why I was like, should I just, I said to myself, should I just hit you with the guest list? And I'm like, no, I don't think I wrote this to be like there. But you guys would know who all is coming, like as they show up. So
Okay, then
there's, you have discussed the ins and outs and the schedule planned. Most of the stuff we've done have kind of been working on. We've been the stuff in real time. We've been working on the preparation for this is similar level of
back and forth. Okay.
the back and forth we've been having. So
All right.
you've run all this by.
Well, at some point, during proceedings, when Inos has a moment, he is going to basically gather up all the events that are planned for Summer Court, find a butterfly, and in the utmost seriousness, address it, give the Majesty, the Fairy Queen, a message, and ask if they would like to meet, so we may speak on what events she may like to attend, so that we may ensure her comfort and whatnot. So.
As you speak to the butterfly, scroll in hand, a couple of the house staff giving you not the biggest side eye, but just giving you a slight side eye, because this is a new one for Inos.
Yes.
Not the weirdest thing he's done ever, but still, like, haven't seen that. But, the butterfly tilts its little head, its little antenna wiggle. I mean,
Not the usual Enos eccentricities.
No, it's going to bother Inos to no end, but I'm just imagining that, like, after you finish saying all of this, the butterfly kind of just sits there for a second, wings folded, and then they kind of, like, extend and, like, basically, like, vibrate and glow as you hear the Fairy Queen's voice, like, projected from somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Through the cellular butterfly network.
I don't want to think about that.
You don't like the implications that all butterflies are on a par.
I don't want to think that all butterflies are like a mycelium network. Yes.
Guess what? Guess someone beat you to it. They have a cell network already.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not that I'm saying that is literally true, but if the mythos that Lady White told you is correct, the Fairy Queen did give all the butterflies their names. With her dad.
It has always been true. I'm gaining the aneurysm showing up. The second one, it's butterfly shaped.
Speak with her.
But yeah, it kind of like vibrates and glows, and she just says like, oh, "Thank you very much. I'm sure I will make myself known if there's anything attending. Thank you so much for your time." The butterfly folds its wings, stops glowing, and then it just gets up and flies away normally.
Mental facepalm!
She's such a troll. I love it. My queen, I kneel.
Shut up.
No.
It's the fairy blood. It's the she blood in him talking.
It's so good.
Yeah, I just image Inos like literally like grabbing his face and like rubbing it like going like grabbing the top of his face and just going down. It's just like
Nope. I'm a theater kid. An actor does not let his emotions show unless they are needed.
No.
That's fair. Internally, you're doing that.
It's the Fairy Queen. On the outside, pure power, beauty, and elegance. On the inside, small demon gremlin.
Big gremlin.
I mean, her dad is Sylvana, so...
Yes, Nicola, stop talking about her.
Nicola,
I'm just imagining you guys are standing on you guys are standing on the gatehouse of Hurston Citadel, like looking out over the town and down the road, just like Konrad has like a telescope or his field glasses in his hand, and just another tray of wine glasses has, and we're just working through them. It's just like
I think Konrad needs a lot of those actually to like feel it.
Be quiet. All right. But House Verity will appear just before evening. The sun's getting low. Their procession is, again, not super elaborate. They do not have waves of soldiers in front of them. But there is a carriage being pulled. It's detailed in red and gold, but it's not overly ornate. It's in the house colors. It's got some accents. It's got the Duke. It's got his senior wife, Sally Verity.
A small ill
Kepis
child.
actually rides slightly ahead to make sure the manor house is properly opened and everything. He will probably, pop in and give Inos, the secret "we're coming" sign. Mm-hmm. But don't worry about announcing me. Pretend I've been here the whole time.
That would be, considering what I have on my plate now, that would be easy as fuck.
Yes, but is arriving Kepis' younger brother, young Silas, who you briefly met before.
He's a small one.
He's getting a little out there.
He's the nice guy.
But when they formally loop back in, obviously, you've got a full in. Kepis arrives with a party of a small squad of escorts, which is his bodyguard squad is recent Clavel ghouls, and back on screen again, Sienna Ulfin. She's back.
Yay, friend.
Nice.
So
God, I can't wait to be like, you can't believe what happened today.
So that's like I said, Kepis arrives with a little bit of a leader escort. The second carriage is behind the Duke. This one is the one that has Rena, her father Albert. Lady Pale is also showing up. You've met her before. Small handful of scholars, priests, and others.
So they left small sickly child behind.
Like only
Yes,
4.
because and that's why he didn't bring the second
Okay.
wife.
Gotcha. Oh, right, he has 2 wives. I keep forgetting
Yes.
that.
Political maneuvering. There's a couple of those around.
Well, like with
That's fair
Oro,
enough.
it's like it feels less political and more cultural. Is that like racist?
It's not fully like a cultural thing, but it is definitely like House Oro has always believed very strongly in marriage matches for political gain, and Baron Oro is like gone really ham on that tool.
He has taken that and run with it. Got it.
Literally, I was thinking about this today as I gave Lord Frederick some stats and stuff. I was comparing age differences, and he is about like 10 years younger than his older brother. But also, Count Ferretti's like 10 or more years older than both of his wives. So like it's definitely some political movement and also a little bit of trying to get that guy to fucking settle down. As evidenced by the fact that he has, a couple of acknowledged but illegitimate children older than his heir. He was a guy. He got around. But yes, Duke Tellez, appears in his appropriate finery. Though again, he while his position as a duchy is quite high, as the royal librarian, Duke Verity does not give himself like excessive amounts of out there. So he's dressed very finely in bright crimson and gold, colorings, but he's not actually adorned with like that many extra jewels and ribbons and stuff. No like medals or anything.
I'm sorry, but I can't really be wowed right now.
No, it's fine. Like, honestly, obviously, you can't be wowed by all that, though. I'm glad that you were wowed by her when I went out of my way to describe that the Fairy Queen was incredibly light on ornamentation. And even noted Inos and Leslok's level of dress and even accessorized down.
Yes,
she did not want to appear overdressed. Blended right in. But yes, Duke Tellez is there. They have a manor house, obviously, also in your city they're staying at. Kefis has been spending, the past month or so also cleaning that out, beating all the rugs, flipping the mattresses, etc. And in this introduction, Duke Tellez will also, drop you a line to the Marquess and basically say that, as an extension of, the hospitality of Trone and the Hierophant and all that, he has let the Archbishop know that in days when his presence will be required in Stonehearth, he is prepared to lodge him as well. So you don't have to worry about fitting him in your already very packed guest quarters.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
There was no trouble at all. Adjust spectacles. But yes, so that is, like I said, Rena's there, her father's there, head of House Pale is there.
Konrad will definitely greet them individually a bit more than the rest.
No, you can even be there to be ready to help her out of the carriage. Actually, all the senior, I just said all the senior like, officer types who are there is like just to let you know how Duke Verity is feeling. His senior most probably like combat retainer he's brought is Reschools. Like, and she's not gonna fucking. Are you kidding me? Right on her, they're BFFs. They're tight. She's not gonna block that. She's just, if anything else, she would, very dramatically like lounge around and like wait for Konrad to step up and be ready to help with the carriage. Distract everybody for a second if Konrad was somehow running late.
Everything feels easy now.
No, she's cool.
Everything feels easy in comparison.
But yeah, and that is your summer court assemblage. me double check if there are any other unmentioned NPCs in my block of guests. Svan Herlo Pale, Reese Schools, Clavel, Sienna Alphin, Rana Martlet is here, Albert Martlet's here, Duke Tellis is there. He's brought a couple of extra scholars, astrologers, and priests with him. And I think actually that does mean... Yeah, I think there's like one thing I gotta edit out of this. But I will grab out my notes and make sure that we are going to be actually, okay, so I gotta... It's so big, it's dumping it as a text block, so let me make the edit on my end.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nothing actionable, even if I let anything slip. Don't worry about any of that. You scrunkle that. I'm just imagining. Anyway, this should be your full guest list. I'm just imagining fucking Kefis doing the like, what the fuck are you talking about, Jesse meme to you when you're talking about the butterflies. He's just like, mate, you're quite alright. Adjust spectacles.
Do you think I'm lying to you?
It's like, does this look like a crazy man?
All right.
No, I don't think
Do I
you're
look
lying.
crazy to you?
That's what. That's
yes.
the weird thing.
I would not say her name because I don't want to invite that again.
Yeah, the High King's trick was to just say Her Majesty.
Yeah. I would not invite. I would not try to like intrude upon Her Majesty. So I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
We have a very strange guest. Well, not strange. We won't call her strange. A very important guest.
Yes.
Very terrifying guest.
Also apt.
Like I said, she might have killed the guy with her bare hands. You don't know.
I mean, I'm not doing
it's not that.
I'm not acknowledging
that
that.
impressive. I've done that.
Yeah, well, she did it faster than anyone could see, and with the impact so hard, it sounded like a thunderclap.
Well, see, you should have mentioned that. That's impressive.
Also the fact that she just got like probably get one of his guy's many brothers to replace him immediately.
No,
Like-
she has a very alien mindset. I am equal.
I'm sorry,
I'm equal parts terrified and aroused.
You say alien, I say Beyonce.
That's not a word we have.
That is just literally, I could have another you here in a minute.
That is also true, though. But all right, okay, that means that next session we will start with the Privy Council meeting.
Yay.
Woo.
Let's see.
Woo.
Yawn.
Yeah,
I'm
Konrad,
excited
you don't
for
have to
how-
worry about that.
You can go do something. You can go fight someone or something. I don't care.
No, it's the wrong week.
Literally,
Fair.
I think I literally have to be there, don't I?
No,
No.
the one that everyone has to be on will be on Stas Day. That's the one where we're talking
Well, no,
about.
wouldn't his council have to be at the meeting?
No.
No, you
Oh,
can just be
okay.
in the building if you
that's
wanted to. If you
not
wanted on
council,
standby,
council,
but that's
brother,
it.
Other council.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, the Curia Regia is
we'll figure it
public,
out.
the Privy Council is private, but we are
Anyway,
going to be
I'm glad-
required on Stas Day because we're going to talk about the Fog Veil.
I'm glad.
Basically,
it's the
what's the word I was looking for?
Where's Neil
the
right
king
now?
would let you know that on the Stas Day meeting, on the middle of the day meeting, all of you, or rather, the High King said that Leslok should prepare any number of witnesses and statements and other preparations, which will include, I think, just to again keep everybody so we don't I don't say it all ahead of time and then we break off for a week.
Yeah.
We'll probably retroactively do your legal research next session and then be like, all right, here's what you've been working on to present now. But
Yeah, unless I could do a legal case.
as many of you, as Leslok requires, as witnesses and statements will be prepared by that day. But that means you've got a few days.
Logesh your notary.
About it, the equivalent of well, Logesh is doing your legal research.
Yes.
Like I said, we just gotta. We'll actually, get some rolls in there, and I'll
Why do I
throw
give
some
a
info
fucking
at you.
thumbs up?
Thank you.
Don't worry, we do it all the time. The Privy Council on, the first day, the Vern's Day upcoming, because it starts at Soul's Day, ends at Dea's Day. But that one upcoming, Leslok, of course, should be there because he is an agent of the crown.
Of course.
Inos, you are specifically invited by the Office of the High King to be there because there will be a discussion of the kindred agenda at that meeting.
Yes, very well then. I will be there.
So that's probably where you'll be asked to be like, well, we've been speaking to the Prince of Treachery. They've got some guys lined up, who'll be ready to see you whenever.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps at this date and time unfold calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Blaze into jewels.
So
Accentuate point.
we'll do all that next session, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Where do we go? I think that went well.
Yeah. All right. Everybody was here's. Everybody did some pretty good character beats, I think.
Yeah.
At your points. And I know that for sure, for Inos and Leslok, Lucky and Axe actually not only trimmed up some notes, but you guys added back some new notes.
I did, yeah.
Catching up on some reminding some stuff on the.
I think so. I remember it's been a month and a half.
I'm pretty sure you typed some new notes today.
I did.
I think I saw some from you. Yeah, I know, Lucky did, but I think Axe.
I'm going to do some note for the Fairy Queen. I think if
I
in the
just
list.
removed the rest that I had. So.
Yeah.
Didn't
Well, I mean,
write
hey,
anything
if you run into a bunch of new people, a bunch of new old people, and a bunch of new people.
No.
Whoa, where's the Fairy Queen? Is she in here? Or
A
she's
very
not here?
new old person, right at the top of fairies. I made sure to
thank
put all
you.
the titles there.
All right, thank you. I'm just gonna highlight the first name and go from there.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, she has names, but we don't say those.
Yes, because
no one has said her
that's
name, so okay.
I think that's because it has power. I think I could use it to make new spells.
I don't think you can do that, but I do believe that she
to.
actually.
I think she'd smite you first.
Yeah. Also, I do think that she actually wrote her name in the letter that you gave you. It's just that you did not have the the fucking power to actually perceive her name.
I think I got cognito. Did I get cognito hazard about that? Because I think that happened.
Yes, she did sign the letter with Aethelfur in some fashion, but you tried to read the words like the letters that are just like whoop,
Your note started
slipped
bleeding.
out of your way. Dodged
It's like,
you.
oh, it keeps scrambling itself. I'm just gonna stop.
All right, so that's that. I'm gonna end this recording. Everyone say goodnight.
Good night,
Night,
everybody.
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 The Fairy Queen can't get you.
No, the fairy
Yes, you
definitely
can,
get
but she
definitely
doesn't
get you.
want to.